Management and Head of Development and Cooperation, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Carlos. A very good morning and welcome to this session this morning, where we are going to have a good conversation around the PP, the partnerships in the water sector. And we expect that during this conversation, we'll try to understand and think more about the model that we have in the Kenyan context, have a conversation around what are the rationale for implementing or thinking about structuring PP frameworks in the water sector. And from the policyholders, we'll hear what are the initiatives that are in place to ensure that the water sector in Kenya gets to structure some projects, some partnerships to support the agenda in Kenya. From some of the experiences that we'll hear today, we'll be hearing aspects dealing with bankability, think about viability gap funding, affordability, and issues about tariffs in the water sector. And with the two of the experts and others, we'll hear some global experiences in the PP arena, and also from our partners, particularly the county governments, to see how best we can be able to collaborate to structure PP in the water sector. So that is what we'll be looking at. To do this, we'll have 4 presentations from some of the policyholders in the government side, and we'll also hear a bit of experience globally and also nationally in terms of the best way to structure our PP projects in Kenya. So that's how we structure it. We'll have 2 parts from the speakers and the presentations. Then my colleague Barbara will take us a panel conversation to go into a bit of more details in looking at this particular conversation. So again, welcome. And to start us off, I want to invite James Ligland. James Ligland is a finance advisor who has a lot of global experience, having had a previous experience in the World Bank, supporting countries to structure their PP partnerships, projects, and currently is the team leader as far as finance is concerned with a USAID-funded water sanitation and hygiene finance project too. We'll hear his remarks and he will share with us some global experiences. James, please.
Thank you very much, Engineer Chengo. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you heard, I'm a member of the WashFin 2 team. We're active here working with the Water Fund, working with WSPs, working on sanitation activities, and we're all happy to be involved in this particular conference. I thought it might be useful, since we don't have a lot of time this morning, just to share with you some of our thoughts about the magnitude of the investment challenges that the government is facing with this PPP program in the water sector, and then a few comments on the extent to which this program is likely to be successful. What are some of the success factors that the government has to apply to a program like this to help achieve its objectives? First, just a few comments on the magnitude of the challenge. And you know, we've heard over the last, we heard yesterday a number of investment targets were being discussed, and you know, some of them are actually quite ambitious. Some of them take your breath away, actually, when you see them. I'm speaking specifically about the 300 billion Kenyan shillings that the government expects to mobilize for water and sanitation investments by 2030 via PPP projects. So that's about $2 billion US. And you know, if that doesn't take your breath away, then it really should. Because if the government can do that, it will join a very small, very elite club of developing countries that have achieved similar investment objectives using PPPs. You know, over the last 25 years, By my count anyway, there are only five developing countries that have mobilized over $2 billion for water and sanitation using PPP projects. So I'm talking about countries like China, Brazil, Malaysia, Mexico, Algeria, and maybe one or two others, but not very many. And it's taken most of them a lot longer than 5 or 10 years to achieve those investment objectives. In Africa, the leading performer in this regard is probably Cote d'Ivoire, which has mobilized about $190 million over the last 25 years. So that's about a tenth of what we're talking about in this case. And it's taken Cote d'Ivoire a long time to achieve those levels of finance. So I guess we all know, it's not a secret that the water and sanitation sector has been very difficult for PPPs. I mean, globally, water has attracted only about 3 or 4% of private investment via PPP projects. Most private investment, as everybody in Kenya knows, goes to power generation, IPP projects. There are a lot of those being done successfully here. About a third of the global private investment total has gone to transportation. A lot of that is toll roads in countries like Brazil and India. And the rest is shared by solid waste, by ICT, with just a little bit for water, 3 or 4% for water. So this is an ambitious agenda. And the targets, although they are aspirational, admittedly, they are huge. But it's worth mentioning that the government is going into this with eyes wide open. This is not a secret, what I've just said. The government knows how challenging this is, but the next 2 days of these discussions and then on into the implementation of the program. The first and foremost on the list is high-level political will, political support for the program. There's really no way to overestimate the importance of political will when it comes to making projects like this successful, programs like this successful. You know, one of the first and most successful PPPs in any infrastructure sector in Africa was the Maputo toll road, stretching from Pretoria in South Africa to Maputo in Mozambique. And you know, many people don't remember, or they've forgotten that that project was really a personal project promoted personally by the heads of state involved. So back in the late 90s, the president of Mozambique, Samora Machel, along with President Mandela, appeared personally at investment conferences just like this one, where a whole list of infrastructure projects were presented to the private sector for investment purposes. And the Maputo toll road was one of the biggest, and it's been one of the most successful of the projects on that list. There was also a 30-year water concession on that list. It was located in the town of Nelspruit near the Mozambican border in South Africa, and that project reached financial close in 1999, and it's still operating. So it's 25 years later, that long-term concession is still functioning in South Africa. So these projects can be done with political will, and that's often what it takes. The countries that I've just talked about, the really high flyers, the successful ones. And we've seen that here. We've seen that yesterday with the cabinet secretary giving the president's speech on the program, and we've seen it every day so far with the presence of high-level officials from all kinds of different ministries and agencies of the government. So political will, I think we can check off. If that's sustained, then I think a program like this has a healthy chance of success. But there are a few other things in place as well, which are worth mentioning. One is the kind of blended finance approach that we've been talking about a lot. Everybody is talking about blended finance. And what that really means is that governments, and this includes the high performers that I mentioned a moment ago, they've all realized that they have to use substantial amounts of their own money to make these projects bankable. 25 years ago, it was common to think that a PPP project would bring the private partner who would handle all of the preparation, handle all of the capital investment, take on all of the risk, all of the liabilities for the project. That was actually what people believed in the 1990s. And we found out very early on that that kind of project was not viable, and the private sector stopped doing those kinds of projects. So these days, governments that have successful programs are the ones that have committed substantial amounts of funding to preparation that happens before the projects are even bid out, funding that goes into subsidized capital investment via viability gap funding and other funding measures. And then governments are also now taking on more risk and more liability than would have been recommended 20, 25 years ago. They're really taking a lot more risk, and they're finding ways to manage that risk. So we've already talked about that yesterday a lot. It came up a lot. It's going to come up again today and tomorrow. So that's another box I think we can check in terms of success factors that seem to be in place here for achieving these very ambitious investment objectives. Another area that's important that's in place here, another factor that's in place, has to do with the improvement of WSP efficiency of operations, creditworthiness of these water utilities. Again, 25 years ago, everybody believed that you could do a PPP that would then drive the reform of the utility involved. And now what governments have realized, and what's very apparent here, is that in order to do a successful PPP and optimize the benefits from that kind of project, you need to start reforming the utility before it signs that contract. Okay, improve the creditworthiness, the operational efficiency, reduce the non-revenue water, the energy efficiency, the billing and collections. The more of that can be done ahead of time, the better and more sustainable is the PPP project that entity enters into. And that's another learning that we've picked up over the last 20, 25 years, and it's already very apparent here. You've got the operations of the Water Sector Trust Fund already working on utility efficiency improvements and creditworthiness improvements. And the trust fund is looking at all kinds of innovative measures to push ahead on that agenda, including now the development of possibly a revolving loan fund that could be used to finance improvements by utilities. Another area that's important for all of these successful programs is the legal and regulatory framework that's developed for ensuring that the projects are responsibly developed and responsibly implemented. Okay, every country on the list has a framework, but what distinguishes the high performers is the creation of a framework that ensures that responsible behavior on the one hand, but doesn't do so at the cost of so many rules and regulations that nobody can actually implement the framework. And I'm mentioning this because we're beginning to see now in Africa some of the countries that set up sophisticated PPP regulatory frameworks in the early 2000s are now taking a second look at those frameworks because they realize that they have set up so many rules, so many approvals, that they can't get any projects done. The projects are too difficult for civil servants to develop, too many different kinds of analyses and checkoffs that have to be done. All of those high flyers I mentioned, all of those high-performing countries have developed frameworks that tread that fine line between regulating and facilitating project development. And as many of you know, there already exists a framework like that in Kenya. It's been in development for a number of years. A number of development partners like the World Bank and FCDO, DFID, have contributed to the development of that framework. In 2020, the World Bank published a global review of PPP frameworks. They looked at 140 countries, and in Africa, Kenya's framework came out right at the top. And this is even before the recent reforms and the recent changes that have now been made to accommodate water projects. So that's another box we can tick off. Finally, one of the things that we like as a team is indications that the government is looking at other kinds of private participation other than just PPP projects. Okay, this is an all-hands-on-deck kind of approach to private finance, and that's something that that we understand because we're working in other countries on a whole variety, a whole menu of options for bringing private investment into water infrastructure. So I'm talking about things like, you heard yesterday a bit about performance-based contracting. I think we're going to hear tomorrow about capital markets and how they can help mobilize finance. We're working on all these things in the various countries where we have country teams. And we're looking forward to helping with that kind of variety of projects in Kenya. So, in conclusion, the country is facing a big challenge. This is a huge mountain to climb. It's ambitious, and some of the targets are aspirational, to be sure, stretch targets, as we say. But it's not completely impossible to make a lot of progress in this direction by 2030. Especially if that high-level political support for the program is sustained, then pretty much anything is possible with a program like this. And the WashFin 2 team is looking forward to helping with this whole process going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ligland, for highlighting some of the key issues that we need to look at, the boxes that we need to tick, and we're happy that the water sector and the country legal framework for PPP is quite there in terms of having those aspects structured. Thank you very much and, for those insights. Our second speaker is Mr. Ronald Tumising, who is a senior PPP specialist at the bank. He brings along a lot of experience from out there from the bank side, but he has also supported the PP unit at the National Treasury for some time, so he is bringing both experiences from within and from outside the government frameworks. Mr. Tumising, Ron, please, if you may. He has a presentation. If the IC team can be able to project that presentation.
A very good morning, everyone. I hope I can be heard. Just coming out of flu season, so the voice may not be entirely in tip-top shape, but it's a delightful opportunity for the World Bank to be part of this conversation. I'll tell you about who we are within the World Bank, what we do, where we see the opportunities and where we see the constraints in terms of potentially advancing the conversation on public-private partnerships for the water sector in Kenya. Just a quick reflection. Thanks, James. I think you set the tone in terms of some of the big-ticket issues that really we need to be thinking about. It's not rocket science. We've got to build the demand side of things, and building the demand side of the PPP value chain essentially talks to the institutional setups, identification of where the investment opportunities sit and lie, fixing the project preparatory value chain, addressing the issues that need to be addressed to get projects to bankability. When we look across our experience in Africa, not just in the water sector, in terms of PPPs, very interesting things seem to jump out at us. One is that there seems to be an interesting but painful reality that transactions take a substantial amount of time to close. Something that has been called the execution gap in terms of getting transactions across the line. Deal times on average, look at what, 5 to 8 years in certain subsectors, upwards of 13 years to close from concept to financial close. Something's got to change. There's also been a very significant trend about projects failing to achieve financial close, something that has been defined statistically as a bankability gap in terms of the things that we do. What is it that we need to do differently to promote the chances of transactions achieving bankability? Is it in the project selection? Is it in the transaction design? Is it in fixing viability gap funding issues? Is it in addressing fiscal commitment contingent liability implications arising from transactions? These are things we need to think about. There's also something that has been seen to be lacking, which is the ability to replicate and scale good models, what has been called the learning gap. These dynamics are things that we've got to be alive to and we've got to confront. And I think those are the things that we need to actually be thinking about to move our conversation forward. So who are we within the World Bank? Looks like my system here is not doing what it's supposed to do. But I work within a group called the Infrastructure Practice Group of the World Bank. Excuse me. Could somebody try and move this? So the IPG group essentially has got about 4 houses within it. The Public Infrastructure Advisory Facility, the Global Infrastructure Facility, the PPP group itself, and the Infrastructure Finance and Guarantees Unit. These 4 units of the Infrastructure Practice Group of the bank essentially work together to promote the ability of the World Bank to provide cutting-edge solutions to our client countries in terms of identifying and developing inclusive and sustainable growth and infrastructure platforms that drive this agenda, generating job prospects in a competitive and climate sustainable manner. We also work to encourage the private sector to identify entry points in various countries to actually come in. And the bank implements a framework called the cascade approach, which is essentially looking at doing those things within the public sector financial frameworks that are sufficient to trigger the private sector to play in areas where the private sector can actually do business with the public sector. And we also look at bridging gaps and fixing those elements that make investments unworkable. So supporting viability gap funding solutions, providing hybrid funding solutions, what other people have called hybrid or blended finance solutions. We work across virtually all countries that are member groups of the World Bank, and we have programs that I think there's a mismatch between what is on the screen and what I'm saying, but follow my storyline, right? We'll try to get the technology working. So, how do we see the problem in Kenya? And I think the problem definition is one that has been defined by government. When we look at NAWASIP 2022, we look at the country's development vision 2030. We look at the water sector strategy. These planning frameworks basically tell the story of an underinvested sector. A sector that is defined by less than 3% of total land resources being water, essentially a water scarce country. A country where less than 16 million people are connected through regulated water service providers. A country where 52% of the counties have no access to sewerage systems. A gap that becomes dense in urban areas, where 84% of urban households are reported to essentially lack access to proper sewer systems. A country where 68% of the counties are prone to major flooding problems, a problem that has been evaluated to generate up to $2.6 billion of flood damage every time we have a flood situation. A country where significant revenues are lost to non-revenue water, estimated at over $90 million annually, or about 45% of total production. That's way over 200 million metric or cubic meters of water lost. These problems, from an investment perspective, basically paint a picture of well over $6 billion in terms of an investment or funding gap. And that's a huge investment proposition. If you flip the problem statement to an investment dynamic, you're really looking at a massive investment opportunity. Up to $6 billion of potential investment opportunities, $2.2 billion to fix urban water, about $3.4 billion to fix urban sanitation, about $500 million to fix rural water. So Kenya's water sector does face significant constraints, but it also presents a huge opportunity. And the question is, how do we value engineer the engagement frameworks? How do we match the need to the solution? How do we match the opportunity to the investment portfolio? And I think this is essentially what James was speaking to in his opening remarks. To unlock the PPP potential, let's build the demand side. To unlock the PPP potential, let's build the demand side. How do we build the demand side? We need to take cue from the sector vision, which aims to achieve universal access, which is looking at driving food security and irrigation solutions, and which is looking to enhancing public health interventions and outcomes. And so on your screen, we have identified about 9 potential areas that represent opportunities for engagement. And when you are looking at public-private partnerships, one of the questions we always see is a sort of a gaming of the system, if you may, from a philosophical perspective. If you can't fix things onto the budget, you sort of look at PPP as a solution, an alternative financing model. Actually, the logic should be different, which is identifying those opportunities that are best suited for private sector participation. And it's not everything in the water value chain. It's not everything. So when you look at the first mile, the water bulking and resource development space, you look at the middle mile, water treatment and distribution systems. You look at the last mile, including water sanitation solutions. You need to ask yourself, where does the true opportunity lie in terms of value engineering a pipeline of opportunities for investment? Where should the effort be placed? And this takes a bit of thinking, and I think it's got to be deliberate, it's got to be intentional. So there are opportunities in the bulking space, water infrastructure development. But we've got to be strategic, we've got to be incremental. But we also have to fix the system's capacity to take on additional capacity. So you can generate a lot of water and pump it into a system that does not have capacity to absorb, or a system that is leaking, or a system that does not return revenues at the end of the day. So thinking about value chain systems solutions is critical. So there's opportunity in bulking, there's opportunity in treatment and distribution. There's opportunity in reduction of non-revenue water. There's opportunity in waste treatment and reuse solutions. And the World Bank, the World Bank through various of its sector working groups and World Bank units have actually had specific and demonstrable experience in quite a number of these areas, not just within the wider global community, but right here in Africa. And these are models that can be replicated, and these are the kinds of solutions that we are saying we have the possibility of then bringing to the table. There are opportunities in utility efficiency enhancements, including building the capacity of institutions, onboarding technology to support efficiency conversations, and also leveraging light touch PPPs in water conservation interventions. And this talks about water sector PPP typologies that may not necessarily be your core PPP deal models in traditional infrastructure sectors. And I think it requires a bit of careful thinking to ensure that we can identify what our priorities need to be. So from a planning perspective, it is crucial that the demand side of the conversation be fixed. But at the same time, we need to address what I started with by saying, let's fix the 4 gaps: the bankability gap, the execution gap, the risk-reward gap, and the learning gap. And these are areas where our PPP practice across Africa seems to not be doing as well as it should. But every single opportunity and every single transaction is an opportunity to demonstrate good practice and to lock in international best practice in terms of deal design. We should be intentional about addressing viability gap funding. And in this sector, VGF is a real issue. The mismatch between commercial pricing for water and water as a human right is a tension that must be paid, that must be given attention. It is a reality that must be addressed. And the question then becomes, where do you place public sector dollars for the best bang for the money in terms of private capital mobilization? And these are the things we need to be talking about. We need to be deliberate and intentional about focusing our attention on fiscal commitments, contingent liability implications arising from water sector transactions. And I think these are things that have featured in the conversations as I'm hearing in the last few days. These conversations will not fade away. They are realities that we must face on a deal-to-deal basis. There's also opportunity to perhaps leverage existing platforms, what you call brownfield investments, for new engagement opportunities. We've got a series of hydropower plants in this country, for instance. Can we leverage the water coming out of the hydropower plants and repurpose that for irrigation solutions, for instance? These are the kinds of questions we need to be talking about in terms of identifying opportunities that could be leveraged as quick fix and quick win solutions. And then we've got to be deliberate about replicating some of the best practices and solutions that have already been tried and tested. For instance, deploying commercial finance for water projects, non-revenue water reduction through performance-based contracts, utility efficiency improvement interventions, including through initiatives that are meant to, say, address power efficiency, things to do with service and customers management, service delivery, customer management, and so on and so forth. And then we've got to focus on a historical legacy problem that this country has faced since the onset of devolution, which is that we've got to confront the legacy debt problem in the water sector. This problem will not go away, and it has an impact on creditworthiness. It has an impact on how the private sector looks at utilities. It has an impact on whether projects, the private sector perceives opportunities as bankable deals. And these are things that we need to really address, right? And we need to address the question of execution speed. We also need to unify national conversations on problem definition. Sometimes we hear various voices in how say non-revenue water is considered or treated. Is it a problem? Is it not a problem? Is it a priority? Is it not a priority? And so on and so forth. And you can replicate these conversations theme to theme across various platforms of the water value chain. Unless we unify our public sector policy dialogue and discourse on how we define our problems, the private sector will not perceive that conversation as a coherent statement of a problem statement and an investment opportunity that can be taken across the line to bankability. So we've got to infuse coherence in national policy dialogue. We've talked about getting the system ready for solutions. And we've got to address governance questions across the value chain. But we also need to develop better financing solutions locally, more local currency financing, looking at building the opportunity for the private sector, while at the same time strengthening the capacity of utilities to do what they need to do. And my last slide is really an offer from the World Bank to the government to say that we are here, we are your partners, we are ready to engage. There's a whole host of solutions that we can bring to the table based on our global experience, based on the learning that we see around the world, and based on models that we have curated that have been tried and tested. These are in system design, fiscal commitment, contingent liability, viability gap funding solutions, blended financing, hybrid PPP models. Things about optimizing and solutions around optimizing brownfield assets. Things around knowledge sharing, fixing the middle and last miles, utility strengthening. These are areas that the World Bank has experience, and in particular my practice group, IPG, infrastructure finance, PPPs and guarantees. This is what we do on a day-to-day basis. We are happy to engage and we are happy to share knowledge. We are happy to get into specific conversations on what we could do together. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to fruitful engagement this morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rono, for that detailed presentation on unlocking the potential for the water sector in Kenya, and very detailed perspectives on how we should be able to address the demand side of things in this arena. We appreciate also the offer from the bank to support the water sector to take this forward. Now, the legal framework for PPP is under the National Treasury, guided by the policy and the Act, and we'd like to hear the perspectives and the legal position from the National Treasury, and this will be given to us by Nila Wanjala, who is the head of the legal department at the PP unit. Madam Wanjala, if you may, there's a PowerPoint presentation. Allow us to choose that.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Habari zenu. That means, how are you in Kiswahili, for those who are foreign, so you can leave with 1 or 2 words from Kenya. So I'm going to take you through a brief presentation on the public-private partnerships, water and sanitation framework in Kenya, and some insights as to creating an attractive environment for investment. I'll start with a brief quote from Henry Ford, which really guides the way that we want to approach our PPP work. And the quote is, if everyone is moving forward together, then success takes care of itself. So I'll take you through the table of contents. We will briefly look at the definition of PPPs, a highlight of the legal framework and how it has created an enabling environment. Then we will have a quick look at the sector scenario, the water sector issues, and how the legal framework can work together to address the water sector issues and the benefits of PPPs. And we will finish with a highlight of some of our projects. So, the definition of PPPs, we've actually taken a definition which draws from the international perspective of what are the three key principles that we should see when we do have a PPP. As much as a PPP is a contractual arrangement between a contracting authority and a public party, there are three key elements. The private party undertakes to perform a public function, and they receive compensation from a public fund, or they receive charges or fees, something like what we have for the Nairobi Expressway, which is a PPP, and they're generally liable for the risks that arise from the performance of this function. And at the end of the day, we have a handback mechanism where there's a transfer of the facility back to the private party. So that definition is now captured fully within our Act. Let's have a few insights into the legal framework and some of the enabling aspects that the legal framework does bring that ensure that we can be able to have a framework that governs and guides the whole water sector and all other sectors well for PPPs. Now, whenever you have a PPP, the pivotal point where we start from is the contracting authority. So the contracting authority is embedded, and the definition of a contracting authority is within the PPP Act. Now, once you have the contracting authority, any of the projects that do come to the contracting authority need to go to the PPP Directorate, which is the second institution within the framework, for approval, for review, assessment, and then taken to the next level, which is the PPP Committee. Now, that's like the board level where you have your approvals. And should there be any disputes about the approvals or the decisions that are made by the Directorate or the PPP Committee, there's the PPP Petition Committee. So in terms of an institutional framework, there are those four levels, starting from the contracting authority, moving to the PPP Committee, moving on to the PPP Petition Committee should the need arise. In addition, now those four structures are captured within the PPP Act 2021. In addition to that, in terms of transparency, which is a constitutional principle, and disclosure, we do have reporting frameworks within the Act. Now, apart from the reporting of the Directorate to the PPP Committee, which is chaired by the Principal Secretary, National Treasury, and at that authority, that position of authority, whenever decisions are made with regard to any particular project, we do also have the Principal Secretaries coming in to give the policy direction at that higher level, which is above the Directorate. So there's a clear governance structure when it comes to decision-making on projects. In addition to that decision-making structure of the PPP Committee, we also have within the Act a requirement for reporting to Parliament. So at the end of every year, we have an annual report to Parliament on the projects that have been undertaken as PPPs. So that creates a clear framework in terms of reporting. Internationally, when we talk about project finance, we have a SPV structure for the delivery of the project. Now, the Act embeds the SPV structure within the framework of the Act, such that the party that does sign the agreement is the project agreement is signed under the SPV framework. Another intervention that we do have within the Act is methods. Previously, we only had two methods for PPP. That was a competitive procurement or a privately initiated proposal. Now, the Act has four methods. In addition to those two, we also have restricted tendering and direct tendering. However, when it comes to privately initiated proposals, now the Act is very clear, so that there are clear phases, three clear phases, which even if it's a privately initiated proposal, it must come as a proposal for approval before the committee, and then it must go through the project development phase, which is actually a feasibility study phase, to ensure that this is a project that is viable to be undertaken as a PPP before we go to the final stage of negotiation. So there are 4 clear phases. Another aspect that we do have is the models that we do have in terms of the contract models for PPP. Under the Act, there's a schedule which provides 17 models of PPP frameworks that one can undertake. When we talk about working together, we work very well together with the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation, and therefore the amendments that are currently in the Senate with regard to the amendments of the definition of a contracting authority, so that it is wider, to include a wider frame of people, of persons who can be able to undertake PPPs, is one of the facilitative aspects of the legal framework. Quickly, I'll just mention the fact that when we look at the reports that have come from the National Water Sector Investment Program, the country requires around 995 billion. And out of this, it's targeted that 31% can be mobilized through PPPs. And that is why we have that diagram of the mobilization to fill that gap. And that is what we intend to do together. So what are the issues? Actually, James and Dr. Rono have alluded to those very well in terms of the issues within the sector, and then we'll look at some of the models within the Act that can address some of them. The issues within the sector, as we well know, one of them is the non-revenue water aspect, where that is occasioned by probably aging infrastructure, illegal connections, theft, and also commercial losses, which are occasioned by inefficient billing systems. So those are some of the issues that we have. Non-revenue water occasioned by physical and commercial losses. In addition, that spills over into low revenue streams and affects network expansion and also affordability. And then there's also the aspect of high energy costs and water bulking. The solutions, they are PPP models that we could be able to harness to be able to address these issues. Like for non-revenue water, we can look at operation and delivery models, which are under the Schedule 2 that I mentioned under the PPP Act. And we can have management PPPs, output and performance-based PPPs, leases and concessions, to be able to bring efficiency to that particular element and bring forth the solutions that we do require. When we are talking about now the infrastructure provision, which is on the other hand the lower aspects of the challenges, those can be through various models that exist, like build, own, operate, and transfer. Build, operate, and transfer, the BOT. We can also talk about now when we have the brownfields and we're talking about rehabilitate, operate, and transfer, or develop, operate, and transfer for greenfield models. So within the Act, using those 17, there are a good number of models that we can pick from to be able to address these problems. Ultimately, there are 3 key lines of benefits that we will achieve from these solutions. And the first will be quality of service and technology. Ultimately, we will also have the opportunity for that, the technology transfer, even to for us as government staff. There will be regular maintenance, output-based performance, which will now improve on the efficiency and the delivery and the output. Operational efficiency also comes in together with innovation when we partner together to be able to deliver this. And mobilization of finance. There are many, using the PPP model, there are many other avenues like the blended finance options that we can be able to use to be able to bring down the cost of the ultimate tariff by using the various models and the blended finance aspects. I'll just quickly touch on opportunities. There are many opportunities within this whole sphere for private parties to be able to be a part of the PPP agenda. And we can have experts, like when we talk about the consortium, when the contracting authority brings a particular project to us for assessment and review, they and it actually goes up to the stage of feasibility, and we go out to market. When a particular consortium comes in, they come in with various technical expertise. They have the legal, they have the technical, they have the financial, and all those are opportunities for people to plug in as we find the solutions for the sector. They are transaction advisory services. That's now the contracting authority and the private party, but now transaction advisory services, the expertise that can be provided to government, that's another window. There's due diligence consultancy services. Nowadays, when we have the privately initiated proposals, the first stage that the government, that is the National Treasury, together with the contracting authority, have to undertake is a due diligence, because this is a privately initiated proposal. So that due diligence exercise, the risk, we're outsourcing that risk so that as much as we do our due diligence, there are private parties outside who have huge databases who can do a quick due diligence on these particular parties, even as we go into the rest of the assessment. So that is another area that can be plugged into and utilized. And then there's also the technical support when we're developing frameworks and guidelines. That one is another area that can be plugged into externally. I will quickly mention that in terms of the projects that we do have, the ones that we're looking into right now, many of them are already under various stages of development. We have 3 dams and 6 water projects. I'll just quickly mention that when we look at 2 irrigation projects, that's Galana and Kulalu, Galana, Kulalu, and Tarda, we already have pilot projects where we have grown maize on a small pilot basis and rice, and they have done exceedingly well. And so now we want to go to a bigger, to magnify this particular project so that we can have a larger scale and greater sustainability for this nation. So there are many opportunities to plug in, and I'll end with a quote which says, "Coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success." So we look forward to working together.
Thank you very much, Madam Wajala, for unbundling the legal framework for us, and also giving a bit of details of what really needs to be worked on, and highlighting the opportunities that are there for the water sector to tap into. We fully appreciate. At this juncture, I want to invite the PS, State Department for Water and Sanitation, Mr. Julius Coril, to make his remarks on a PS.
Thank you, Engineer Chengo. Thank you, my fellow panelists. I think when such brilliant experts have expressed themselves, and novice like myself, I'm at loss on what to say, but mainly just to concur with what they have said. They have really stated the issues that we have faced as a country, and I think that one is, we are the origin of definition of that problem. And I think we've also said that we as a nation are in a moment where we want to accelerate universal attainment of universal water access and sanitation. And with that, we've been able to define the magnitude of the problem. With that problem, now we are looking at how can we bring all hands on deck so that we can achieve this very ambitious and I think, as James said, aspirational in some nature. But for us, it is quite ambitious, but we want to achieve it. So I will not say very much, because I think all that are required to have a successful PPP has been mentioned. I think one of the things that I just want to make a disclosure here is that in another life, me and Rono, we sat on a journey like this, and that's why you see the Nairobi Expressway. We were part of the midwives that were midwifing that process, And so in terms of experience, in terms of the work that goes into realizing a PPP being realized, I think we have we have some knowledge, and it is true that we have challenges. It is a long process, and when you don't have the goodwill, political goodwill, it is something that you can go in circles. So at that time when we were driving the expressway process, there was political goodwill. And I think it is the state that we are in right now, that the current president is also very committed to ensure that we accelerate universal access, and is very open to new ideas and new ways of raising that money. And that's why PPP now is a subject of discussion within the Ministry of Water. It is a discussion within the water sector. And it's not only water for home use and also for sanitation, but it is also water for agriculture. And I think when you saw the presentation from the PPP lady, there are 2 projects under the PPP on irrigation that we are pursuing, and we are seeing some initial steps or progresses, particularly with regard to the success. And now the issue of scaling up is what we are looking at. So we are very critical. We are at a very critical juncture in our journey towards achieving this universal access to clean water and sanitation, as well as also water for irrigation by 2030. The present administration has recognized the urgency of this goal and has taken bold steps to open avenues for private sector to participate in funding water projects. This move is pivotal in bringing the funding, in bridging the funding gap that exists in the sector, ensuring that we make tangible progress towards meeting our access targets. Moreover, we acknowledge that sustaining the advancements made in water coverage requires the adoption of commercially viable governance structures in water services provision. And I think that one talks to one of the key success factors that is required. Currently, water service providers in Kenya are grappling with the challenge of non-revenue water, which to a private sector who wants to play in is a risk. And at times when they are pricing their projects, they will also factor in the loss. And that's why as government we want to reduce this non-water revenue, which at the moment stands at around 45%, to within the global standards. To address this issue, the ministry is actively seeking to leverage the expertise of the private sector through performance-based contracts to manage non-water revenue. And this is where we're looking at water in a retail sense. We have the wholesaler, which will give you the products in bulk. Then there is a distributor, which in this sense is a water service provider. And then the private sector comes in at the tail end as a retailer. And this is where, if we're able to apportion work that way, then we believe the non-revenue issue will become a minimal challenge. Since 2002, Kenya's water sector has embraced a commercialized approach to service provision, laying a solid foundation for engaging the private sector in the private partners in the sector. The revision of the Water Act in 2016 further clarified the space for private sector while aligning the Act and the sector into the, as was envisaged in the Constitution 2010, where the space for private sector in water development initiatives, signaling our commitment to fostering partnerships for progress. However, success of PPPs in water and sanitation sector hinges on several key factors, including clear legal and regulatory frameworks, transparent procurement processes, effective risks management, and stakeholder engagement. And I think, as stated yesterday, up to today, we are saying that we as government, we are making sure that the legal framework and policy framework is aligned. We are also looking at now how to improve best practices, and on the transparency of the procurement process, I think the PPP lays out a very clear roadmap on how to go about it. I think the issue now is execution. How do we reduce the turnaround time so that we are able to realize the PPP projects within the shortest time possible? I think for the road, we did it in a record 1 year. We started in November, and by August the following year, we were breaking ground. So this is to say it is possible to have a quick turnaround. And I want to urge us, or I'm urging myself included, that as we pursue these projects, we will move very fast. So recognizing this, the Kenya government is actively working towards aligning the Water Act 2016 with the PPP Act to enhance operational framework of PPPs in the water sector. The Water and Sanitation Conference here today has presented us an invaluable opportunity to engage with the private sector, and I know as we move, we will also be hearing from them on what their concerns are from around all over the world to showcase and deliberate on opportunities for participation in driving public agenda forward. We call upon our partners, both from public and private sector, to join us, our hands in the next phase of our journey. I think, as has been said, we have identified 100 dams where we are proposing to be implemented under the PPP initiative. And with these, last year, we solicited expressions of interest for the construction of 34 of the 100. And at the moment, we are glad that this initiative garnered or generated quite substantial interest, and with that we are now analyzing the expression of interest with which we will be able to give the signal to the next stages. We've also received 8 privately initiated proposals, and I think you saw about 6 of them are quite in advanced stages. They are in the project design stage. So we're making progress, but the speed may not be as quick as we should be having. So these proposals signify a strong commitment from the private sector to contribute to the development of water infrastructure in Kenya. Currently, 8 of these projects are, I think, as I've said, are going through the various stages in the PPP value chain. This underscores the importance of public-private partnerships in addressing water challenges by leveraging on expertise and resource of both the public and the private sectors. We can accelerate the implementation of critical water projects and ensure sustainable access for all Kenya. So I think as a ministry and as government, we are committed to fostering collaboration and innovation to achieve our shared goals, while when the private sector is making or receiving reasonable return on investment, as government, we are fulfilling our obligation to provide quality water and sanitation for our citizens. As we move forward, embedded public-private partnerships and embedding PPP and blended financing models into the sector financing will be very crucial. Sustainability remains a key prerequisite for sector growth. Private sector engagement is pivotal in enhancing efficiency, leveraging additional finance, and harnessing innovation. So I think, as has been said, from where we sit as a ministry, we are looking at how to have a whole hands-on-deck approach. And this is where we are addressing the issues of policy and legal framework, which is now finalized. We are also having, looking at and exploring how do we finance the viability gap. So that is also another area that we are looking at. And we, through this, will come up with a unique model that works for Kenya. And I think this is where we welcome the support and the promise from World Bank and also from our colleagues from the US to help us in clearly defining a model that works for us, because we cannot compare ourselves with the other people, but our problems are unique and we would want to have a solution that addresses our issues. So with those many remarks, I want again to express our commitment to ensuring that we are able to advance the access of universal access to water and sanitation, so that Kenyans can enjoy the right as enshrined in the Constitution, and we will work with everyone, especially the private sector, to see that we advance that goal. So really, I want to appreciate again all of us and look forward to now us closing before the close of this year one or two of the many projects that we have in line. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS, for articulating the water sector PP plan and the request for our partners to join us in this conversation. Allow me to request that we join together to appreciate the four presenters. They have really brought very strong perspectives on the PP agenda for the water sector, very insightful thoughts about what we need to do, and we really fully appreciate. And with that, allow me to bring this session to a close, and we transit to the next session where we'll have some panel discussion. Thank you very much, and we really appreciate the inputs of the speakers. The next session will be run by Barbara, with the Deputy Lead, Washington 2. Barbara, please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Engineer Chengo. Good morning, everybody. Can I ask everybody to stand up for 1 minute? We've been sitting for too long already, and I saw a few people closing their eyes. Just stretch a bit, because we are now going to get into the fun part of this discussion. Okay, if you feel you've stretched enough, you may please be seated. I've been allowed to take another 40 minutes, given that we started a bit late, so we hope we'll do this quickly, but also in a way that we allow you to ask us a few questions. Can I please invite my panelists to come to the podium? Engineer Lima, I think I saw Engineer Lima entering the room. Oh, he's here. Karibu sana. Mr. Chris Kirugwa from PPP Directorate. Karibu. And Dr. Ruto, I think I saw Dr. Ruto entering this morning. And Asefa from Africa Development Bank. Asefa, please come through. Engineer Joseph Kamau, I think this is Adi Waterworks. Okay, Karibu. Abdi Wario, I've seen you already come to the podium. And Marcel Ham from Rebel Group. Marcel, are you in the room? Please come forward. I think I'm missing one panelist, Ruth. Okay. May I also check if His Excellency Joshua Irungu is in the house? Deputy Vihiga. Oh, okay. Sorry, the Deputy Governor from Vihiga County, if he's in the house, please come forward. And as he is coming, I can introduce myself. I have a very interesting name for you Kenyans. Don't infer anything to it. My names are Barbara Kazimbaya, but nimefanya kazi mzuri. Is that enough for you? Thank you so much. I think Engineer Chengo already introduced me. I'm the Deputy Chief of Party for a USAID program called WASH Finance. I work with James Lakeland, who spoke a while ago about PPPs. And we are working in Kenya to try and work with the government to see how we can mobilize investments to close that service gap that everybody has so well articulated. So this morning I've been asked to facilitate or moderate this discussion. And as I was listening to the conversations, part of me started to worry. Like, the challenges are so many. I note amongst them the fact that it takes very long, 5 to 10 years before you can close one of these PPP transactions. There's the issue of balancing between water as a human right enshrined in the Kenyan Constitution with the needs of the private sector, to make a bit of a profit on their investments. There are issues of viability gap funding. So it started to look very difficult. If I just remind the audience, we are talking about 31% of the 995 billion shillings that is in the NAWASIP to come from PPPs. And I was doing my calculation, that works to about 308 billion Kenyan shillings, or those of you who think in US dollars, that's about $2 billion. Like, that's a lot of money. So part of me started to get worried, But then, as I continued to listen, I heard some opportunities as well. And I think PS summed it up quite nicely when he gave his remarks a few minutes ago. Amongst the things that we have on the positive side is the enabling legislation. And Nela presented to us what is in the PPP Act. So we have an enabling legislation, but also James talked about political will, and we have seen that political will throughout from when we started yesterday, and it has been shown again from the presentation by the PS a few minutes ago. We also heard that there are some successful examples, that we could learn from. So I started then thinking that maybe for this panel, we really should be asking ourselves a key question. Are we leaning more on the challenges in Kenya? When we look at our sector, are we more on the challenges side, or are we more on the opportunities side? But wherever we are, how can we continue to move forward? I think that's the call to arms that the PS gave us as he was leaving here. How do we continue moving forward whilst addressing the challenges around this issue? And I'm really hoping that the panel here this morning can really help us unravel some of that. So I'm going to start. Let me see who I'm starting with. Yeah, I'm going to start with Engineer Halima. Engineer, to justify PPP investments in Kenya, we need to demonstrate significant risk transfer to the private sector. At least there has to be some risk transfer to the private sector. Otherwise, the public begins to hold us, into all manner of accounts. So what measures can the sector put in place to ensure that the delegated risks do not transfer back to the government, thereby imposing extra cost to the government which were not initially envisaged?
Thank you so much, Barbara. Yesterday, we talked much about the enabling environment for PPP projects to take off. I'm sitting next to my learned friend regarding PPPs. That is Christopher Krigwa, the PP unit DG at the National Treasury. He's basically our advisor when it comes to PPP projects, because we work in these projects as a whole government affair, not just Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. So we work together with the PP unit at the National Treasury, and we have mapped all the risks. We have mapped all the risks and what can be done so that those risks do not go back and haunt the projects that we are doing, and transfer the delegated risks back to the government, or make the projects, the investor, impossible to succeed. So, for example, one of the risks that we have mapped is the catchment risks. because these dams are in the catchment. These dams are in the catchment, and the catchment can be interfered with, or the catchment can make it is impossible for the dams to have the lifespan that is required. Of course, you know, in this country we have lost some dams, but because of siltation. So what do? We are making a decision to set up some funds to undertake catchment management, catchment protection, catchment conservation. So that will improve the lifespan of these dams, so that they operate within the years that they are designed to operate. We have talked of viability gaps that the government will take up. Most of the times we have talked about non-revenue water, and we have talked about last mile connectivity. And these ones we are addressing ahead of time. We are addressing them ahead of time, ahead of the projects, before the projects are implementing. In fact, we are de-risking. We are de-risking that space so that when the project starts, we don't have issues of non-revenue water, we don't have issues of last mile connectivity. And yesterday I said that now we are investing heavily on last mile connectivity. We have demand risks, and that's why we have got water purchase agreement to address the demand risk, so that the water that is produced by the investor is offtaken by the waterworks development agencies, and then that is sold to the water service providers, who will now retail the water to the consumers. We have the political risks, and we have got climate change risk, and that's why we are talking of contingency fund, climate fund, to address the climate challenges. We have got the willingness to pay. Willingness to pay. Yeah, willingness to pay will always be there. If the services are done, consumers get water, consumers get services that they desire. So those issues are being addressed. The design risks, the design and construction risks, this is why it takes the investors time, because they have to use reputable engineers, reputable contractors to do feasibility studies, to undertake detailed designs, because these risks squarely cannot come back to the government. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you so much, Engineer Alima there. I think it is clear what the government is trying to do in terms of risks. Let me move to National Treasury. Chris, I have a question for you. Preparation for public-private partnerships, as you know, these contracts take a long time, and I'm talking here just about the preparation. And on average, they cost something between 10 to 12% of project costs, required to actualize a PPP contract. So in the case of Kenya and with regards to water, how has the government prepared to finance these upfront costs for PPPs in the water sector?
Thank you very much, Barbara, and good morning to all. I'll start by trying to address, before I get to this, is what makes PPP projects complex. Number one, the biggest issue that makes bankability become an issue is poor preparation of projects. What makes these projects become bankable is whereby we spend significant resources to prepare the projects, do the design, do the environmental social impact analysis way ahead before we go into market. That has been a challenge, not just in Kenya, but globally. Poor preparation is what leads to these long project timelines, and it's not complicated. With good feasibility studies, when you go to market, the balance of risks is shared very proportionately between the private sector and public sector, and you'll be able to get quick bankability into projects. So one key aspect I'll say is project preparation. That is something that requires a lot of effort and time to ensure you get good projects executed. Now, that is a piece you're mentioning about it costs between 3 to 10%. Actually, it costs about 3 to 10% to execute this. Does government have money to do this? The answer is absolutely yes. We do have the money to do the project feasibilities. And what happens is we recover these projects through the, we do have a project facilitation fund that we charge back the investors when these projects become viable. So we have a sustainability agenda within the PPP law that allows us to recover these funds and also to put resources into new projects. One big challenge that has been there is poor planning. And the beauty we have right now, there's been a lot of comments that people have made in regards to getting the political support into these projects. One thing that we do have right now in Kenya, we do have the full political support to do this, but now it requires us to develop a long-term plan that enables us to execute projects as they come along. Another aspect into these projects that comes in is the aspect of financing and bankability. By the time a project is well prepared, the banks will need to look and analyze those projects to ensure that they can give money. The banks and the investors do not look at getting into projects so that they're going to make losses. So financial viability is very critical to get PPP projects successful. Yeah? So the private sector is getting into this to make money, obviously a reasonable amount of returns, but to provide public services to end users. Sustainability agenda is also a very big aspect, and when you look at sustainability agenda is looking at the technologies that are implemented that can last for the longest period of time to be able for the investors to get into longer term concessions and to be able to recover their investments over a long period of time. In 2022, both the State Department of Water and the National Treasury developed a document called a Water Purchase Agreement. That Water Purchase Agreement is available online, and it actually demonstrates two things. Actually, the most critical aspect of that Water Purchase Agreement, it shows you the water PPP structure, and the second aspect, it shows you the risk allocation between the private sector and the public sector. Yeah? And we've done this in a very balanced approach, whereby, obviously, I'll say this, in the past, why did PPPs take so long to get done? It's because the government wanted to pass all the risks to the private sector. And equally, the private sector wanted to pass all the risks to the public sector. So projects were not getting done. Yeah? But what we did when we worked very closely with the State Department of Water, we came up with a very balanced approach. And I come from the banking world. I came with an approach whereby we know this is what the investors will be looking at, and this is what they'll accept. So we've done it in a very balanced approach. So if you go to the website, and I'm sure Engineer Lima or anyone in my team can be able to share with you the risk allocation framework that we've developed on the water sector projects. Key drivers to PPPs is also the cost. Cost is a big element, and also the element of affordability. When you look at the cost of a PPP, the biggest cost driver is financing. By the time you finish that concession, you'll see the financing cost is approximately 3 times the EPC cost. Yeah? So I liked what both actually, it was Nila and Dr. Rono talked about, blended finance, where we are able to tap into innovative financing solutions to drive lower cost of financing and secure longer tenures of financing. This is whereby you leverage on export credit agency solutions, you get guaranteed structures or work with DFIs and commercial banks to blend financing packages to get the least amount of cost of financing. Currently, you look at what has happened in the markets, financing costs are ranging in the north of 10%. That was not the case 5 years ago. So, but if you look at a blended finance solution, financing costs can go up as low as 5%. So these are some of the innovative structures that need to be put in place to look at this. Let me not take too much time. I know we've got a very long, big panel, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You've raised a number of issues that I would like the other panelists to talk about. And let me bring in His Excellency, Honorable Wilberforce Gwadoya. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. He's the Deputy Governor for Vihiga County. Deputy Governor, water and sanitation provision in the context of Kenya is a devolved function. I know it is also a shared function with the national government, but it is the service delivery is really devolved to the counties. So 2 things I would like you to comment on. The first one, in structuring PPPs, what role does the county government play And is there anything that needs to happen to enhance, the participation in that process by the counties? And then linked to that, I would like you to address the issue that Chris has just raised about affordability. How do we do PPPs and at the same time address the issue of affordability, because that will fall on your desk as the governor of the county?
Thank you very much, my colleagues, panelists, and distinguished participants to this important conference. Let me reiterate that on behalf of the Council of Governors and the 47 devolved units, we highly take note of the important place of PPPs. And I equally want to point out that the PPPs are increasingly popular in Kenya due to the increasing demands by citizens for quality and affordable services in the sectors like water and sewerage, telecommunications, power, social services. And these demands cannot be fully met by the public sector alone, particularly with the county governments, and hence the need for adoption of other innovative ways such as the public-private partnerships. And the PPPs are presented not only as a way of bringing needed additional investment to the public infrastructure, but also as a mechanism for improving infrastructure planning and project selection. And it is also a mechanism for enhancing project management and guaranteeing adequate maintenance, avoiding cycles of construction followed by persistent neglect and the high-cost reconstruction. And I want to point out that in Kenya, just like other parts of the world, the PPPs have emerged as the main contractual vehicle to facilitate private participation in economic development. And we know that in developed nations, there are dedicated and specialized PPP units that act as policy tools to facilitate projects. And I want to point out, just as the previous presentations have equally been able to speak to, that PPPs in Kenya is guided by existing legal frameworks. And there are efforts to equally reform the existing legal frameworks. With a bias on water, the Section 94 of the Water Act allows for entering into public-private partnerships for water utilities, and specifically the water service providers. And I want to point out that there is currently in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya an amendment bill that seeks to onboard public-private partnerships for waterworks development agencies and water operators. And this is highly welcomed for the county governments. I equally want to observe that the waterworks development agencies continue to enjoy economies of scale than the water service providers, and therefore the need for a balancing effect in order to avoid affecting water service providers in terms of coverage and operations. The way the moderator has observed, water service provision is devolved, equally faced with the challenges that requires collaborative approach. So when we speak to the issue of structuring PPPs, the county governments have a very significant place on how the structure of the public-private partnerships should be designed, should be executed. The county government anchors the immediate stakeholder that all of us speak to and all of us serve, and that is the citizen. So we need to be given a very prominent role when it comes to the issue of structuring of public-private partnerships. And when you look at the water sector, the Kenya government is working closely with the county governments through the waterworks development agencies and authorities. but also at devolved units levels, we have very potential water service companies that are charged with ensuring that then county governments deliver through the various water companies that we have. On the issue of affordability, presently in Kenya, devolution is, and devolved governments is at the 11th or the 12th year. The national government and the waterworks development agencies therefore play a prominent role towards safeguarding and watching the affordability of most of the public-private partnerships. So, there is a reforming on how the national government and the county governments are approaching mega infrastructure development projects in Kenya. And even county governments are being required to even commit own budgets and resources to ensuring that it is not only the responsibility of the national government committing its budgets, but then also counties are coming on board to commit budgets so that it can be affordable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if I'm hearing you correctly, Your Excellency, intergovernmental collaboration is going to be key in addressing this issue of affordability as well. And then also the WWDs take the bulk in terms of the contractual arrangements, but they cannot do it without collaboration with the counties and the water utilities. Thank you so much for that. Let me move to the chair for the water fund. Dr. Ruto, a lot has been said about blended finance. It presents a potential major de-risking opportunity for both the public and the private parties in a PPP contract. How has the sector prepared for the blended financing requirements for PPP projects?
Thank you very much, Dr. Brenda, and my colleagues, panelists who are here, who've presented quite a lot in terms of the sector. I would like to appreciate our parent ministry, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, for planning this investment forum, and also Water Sector Trust Fund was the lead organization in terms of making sure that all this investment is, this forum meets its requirement. And as I sit here, I'm with the whole board of Water Sector Trust Fund. They're seated here. And I would like to congratulate them and also the staff who put in a lot of time to make sure that this forum becomes a success. In terms of providing blended financing in the sector, we know that water is a right, and under Article 43D of our Constitution is that all Kenyans have a right to access water in terms of safe and adequate quantities and reasonable standards of sanitation. When we look at the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, it is anticipated that 80 billion Kenya shillings will come from commercial financing. Therefore, when we looked at this aspect, at the Water Sector Trust Fund, we've had a 5-year experience in terms of having experience in blended financing. We have run a program with 4 commercial banks in Kenya successfully, whereby we were able to raise 1.47 billion Kenya shillings for onward transmission to the water utilities that the counties own. And it was a very successful program, whereby Water Sector Trust Fund was able to provide a de-risking of this funding up to 40%. And what we realized from this experience is that the water utilities were able to repay the loans even before the expiry of the time. So this one means we already have a 5-year experience, and therefore we prepared the local commercial banks, and they are very much interested. They have appetite for these public-private partnerships for them to be able to fund public-private projects for purposes of achieving universal access to water. The second aspect is that with this having been put in the market, we're having many banks who have approached the sector, and they're willing to put in more capital. So therefore, as we roll out this universal access to water in 2030, we've already had those experiences. The second aspect is that also looking at the current trend in terms of financing. There's a lot of funding in terms of climate mitigation and climate change measures that comes with guarantees and affordable interest rate. This one, we are looking at how we can be able to bring these funds so that it can be able to blend with the private capital funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So the sector already has had some experience, and Dr. Ruto is really referring here to the output-based aid and the aid on delivery mechanisms that formed the results-based financing managed by the Water Sector Trust Fund with support from the World Bank, the German Development Bank, KfW, and indeed USAID through the SUASA program. Let's bring in the development partners. Asefo, I'm very happy to see you. I worked with Asefo a long time ago, so it's nice to share the podium this morning with him. The AFDB was part of the development partners group that supported the successful closure of the Kigali bulk water supply PPP in Rwanda, and that's the one PPP that we know about, at least within this sub-region. Could you share with us what was your experience as a bank with that particular transaction, and what lessons can it offer to Kenya?
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you also, colleagues. All protocols observed. I think, as you are aware, the bank participated alongside the Emerging Africa Infrastructure Fund and the government of Rwanda in the financing of that important project in Rwanda. The bank provided 40 million unit of account in debt from AFDB and the EIF, backed by a guarantee from the government of Rwanda, and also funding by the sponsor, which is Metito. And it also included 6 million also in the form of grant to support in the viability gaps. Let me share some comments and experience from this successful project. The first one I think I want to highlight is, you see a few points. The first one would be, I think, the importance of having a sound legal and regulatory PPP framework. As you're aware, Rwanda had that one. The enabling environment is there, so that really contributed for the success of this operation. Second, and very, very important, is, you see, having a transaction advisory services, which also covers a detailed and effective and reliable TA is essential for the successful PPP operation. The TA has prepared a detailed feasibility study covering all the essential technical and non-technical aspects, including the environmental and social, financial, legal, and institutional aspects of the operation. Therefore, I think this readiness in terms of support, in terms of the project preparation, as well as, you know, the transaction advisor service contributes significantly for the success of this operation. And the other element is this strong collaboration among the stakeholders is very, very crucial. The project was successful due to the collaborative efforts of both the private sector and the public sector. Business case and risk assessments and allocation of risks was undertaken to optimize the project. Through open and transparent conversation between the government and the private sector, the parties were able to identify and allocate the various project components and risks between the sponsor and the government, and to apportion the appropriate risks. So this was very important. Another element was, you see, as a follow-up of this one, separation of distribution infrastructure from the treatment plant to optimize the cost of the operation was also very crucial. I think the other important lesson was, you see, the innovative or good financial structuring, which also includes blended finance, use of the private sector funding from the sponsor, concessional loans from ourselves, the ADB as well as the EAIF, and then the grant, as I mentioned earlier, to cover the viability gaps. And then, of course, the guarantee from the government was also very important to make this operation viable. Therefore, last but not least, strong government commitment and political willingness or support was also very crucial. The government facilitated by finalizing timely the required permits, to facilitate the implementation of the project. They signed the water purchase agreement for the water, and all this were done also timely. So these are very, very crucial lessons. So when you bring this to our case in Kenya, Kenya is finalizing now a good PPP legal and regulatory framework that provides an enabling environment for the implementation of the PPP projects. So for this is a positive move. The government has to get, I think what's very important is we have seen the wish list, the importance of bringing in the PPP also to finance such projects. But what is important is it's very important also to have transaction advisory services, which also prepare good detailed feasibility studies covering the technical, not only technical, but also the non-technical aspects, including the E&S, the institutional and legal aspects, as well as the risk allocation. Identification and risk allocation is very, very important. To confirm their viability and bankability through PPP before launching the PPP is very, very crucial. The government of Kenya also needs to work closely with the private sector to make PPP's projects work. This includes supporting in concluding and releasing of permits and providing risk mitigation mechanisms such as guarantees for currency risk and political force majeure, among others. You should also come up with a good communication plan. Communication plan is also very crucial. So the implementation of PPP projects should be a collaborative effort between the parties. Government and the private sector should have open and transparent discussions on the project costs and appropriately apportion the different project risks to the right party.
Okay.
In this regard, it is not that I just want to bring to the attention that it's not that the bank, we provide also private sector funding within our non-sovereign operation, as well as we do also provide also sovereign operation to leverage different sources of funding. We also provide grants and concessional funding that help to de-risk projects and make them bankable. The bank is also provides project preparation facilities, funds, to support also in preparing the transaction advisory and the detailed project feasibility studies. We do also provide also the African legal support facility to assist governments in the negotiation of complex projects and prepare bankable projects. So we are ready to support the government in implementing these operations through PPP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asefo. I think you've emphasized the number of aspects which have come up already, and I'll try not to summarize those. But let's move on so we can try and finish in the time allocated to us. Let's move back to other waterworks. I would like Engineer Kamau to clarify for us the roles between the waterworks development agencies, which we know the bulk of the investments in the sector have been flowing through the WWES for economies of scale and other reasons that have been articulated here. So when we look now at PPPs, what is the role of the WWDAs versus the role of the counties and the WSPs? Who is the contracting party in these PPPs?
Thank you, Barbara, and dear participants. I think the rules are clear. For PPPs to succeed, we need to create an enabling environment, and that is where all stakeholders have various roles and they are clearly defined. There are various areas that all collaborations can be, for PPPs can be undertaken. If the PPP, the contracting party, is at the water service provider, like my friend, the Deputy Governor, has said, if you use the user pay model, then we can engage the water service provider so that the user pay model becomes effective, and at that time, the private partner finds the environment conducive to come and invest. For Adi Water, as my good friend Mercuria from ADB has reported, with the bulk water operations, that is the space that we can play, and towards effective collaboration, we work together with the county governments and other stakeholders so that we appreciate that the local knowledge is necessary so that the partnerships can be successful. So we have distinctive roles that each party can play. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. And I think that clarity is important because sometimes it becomes a little bit unclear, you know, whom are we supposed to be talking to as the private, you know, from the private sector side. Let's move on and bring in Marcel from Rebel Group. Marcel, the private sector is required to invest significant amounts during the application process, you know, and execution for PPP contracts. So specifically, fiscal risk presents a significant barrier, and I think Chris alluded to that, you know, to the attractiveness of PPP projects. So from your perspective, how can the government de-risk such investments as an incentive to enhance private sector involvement?
Thank you, Barbara, and good morning, everyone. Very briefly, my name is Marcel Heim. I'm with Rebel, and Rebel is, for those of you who don't know Rebel, we're an international financial and transaction advisory firm, and we specialize in PPPs. And we have advised governments and private sector investors on hundreds of PPP projects, including currently several water PPPs in Africa and in the region. And I'm with a team based here in Nairobi. Before I get into the project implementation and fiscal risk, I want to say a few more words about the project development phase, as several of us have already emphasized. This is ultimately the riskiest phase. Before we ever get to project implementation, it's all about developing the project well and creating the foundation of a successful PPP project, including all the technical, financial, economic pre-feasibility studies, feasibility studies, a well-balanced PPP agreement, as was mentioned before, and also structuring the optimal and most efficient financing. And all of that takes a lot of time and effort, and there's often delays, and many projects never reach financial close. So I would argue that that is the largest risk for everyone involved, including private investors. So what can the government do to prepare these projects for successful implementation? Okay, I see two main routes. One is for the government to initiate and prepare and develop these projects themselves with the help of the PPP Directorate, international organizations, AFDB, World Bank, USAID. That is one route, but that's not the only one. The other alternative, as also included in the PPP Act, is private initiative. So the government could also encourage private sector to take initiative and start developing these projects themselves, following, of course, the structured PIP process that is laid out in the PPP Act. If that happens, then of course private sector is going to incur even more investment, and it makes it even riskier than just waiting for the government to come out with well-prepared transactions. So I think we need to ask ourselves the question: what can the government do to stimulate the private sector to do more, to invest more, even in privately initiated projects? I think the key ingredients are the ones that were already mentioned. First of all, there needs to be clear high-level support for these projects. Secondly, we can, even if there's private initiative, they have to follow a well-structured process. The government can enter into a project development agreement which makes it more predictable for both the government and the private investor what to expect from that process. But the government will also have to acknowledge that private sector puts in a lot of time and effort, which means that there needs to be an intent for the government to then follow through and implement those projects. And again, this is all laid out very well in the PPP Act. Now, diving into the project implementation itself, you mentioned fiscal risk. I think ultimately it is all about creating a good business case for the project. And that means everything that has been discussed before is, it is, okay, so we're looking for user pay water PPPs. We need to be creative and see if we can bring in not only residential end users, but potentially industrial users. We're currently working on a project where we try to make a combination of a water system in a city with a special economic zone, build the demand, as was mentioned by World Bank, but also value engineering and seeing if we can phase the project to make the investment a bit more manageable. That is structuring the project itself, but that's not all. We can also apply credit enhancement. The government can provide offtake guarantees. The utility can provide offtake guarantees. Maybe national government can provide sovereign guarantees. The government can provide funding, but the government is not alone in this. There are a lot of financial institutions and development organizations that can chime in and actually bring in viability gap funding, all kinds of guarantee mechanisms, and the same is true for the project development phase, that very foundational phase.
Thank you. Sorry. I want to bring in Abdi before we close. Thank you so much. There's a lot, and I think if I'm hearing what Marcel is saying, that government, there's a lot you can pick from many different places, and let's leave it at that for now. Abdi, I want you to just talk to us about the middle ground between big and small PPPs. Yeah, we've heard that they all don't have to be 100, 500 million transactions. They could also be those very small ones. Where is the middle ground?
Thank you very much, Barbara. Our perspective will be based on 3 examples we just implemented. One is based on the Muranga South and Earthview management, which was around performance-based contracting for NRW management. And the other one is based around private operator model for a number of rural water utilities in Western Kenya. For Muranga South, one thing we noted was that the private sector came in, they were able to reduce non-revenue water from 62% to around 43%, which was a reduction of nearly 19% in 3 years. The contract came to an end just recently. But one of the things we noted in that process is that the capacity, Dr. Rono talked about building the demand side of PPP market, but also the supply side of PPP market locally is wanting, in the sense that because it's a new idea and suppliers largely are used to the conventional way of doing stuff like supplying meters, supplying pipes, but this other way of doing stuff is quite new, so there's need to build that capacity. And we noted that in the Muranga South case, there was a lot of engagement between the Earthview management and the management of Muranga South, and we had to do a lot of mediation because it's a new concept. Both parties are not very familiar with this particular framework, and hence the need to build that side of the supply side. The other thing is that if you look at the risk transfer in the small-scale PPPs, the only risk that the private sector will carry on is the operation and maintenance, because the asset ownership, the commercial risks is left with the public entity, but O&M is left with the private operator. And in our experience, what we have learned is that private operator too, they need to develop their technical capacity on O&M so that the other party can also appreciate the added value that they bring on board. The third point that we learned from this process is that perhaps it might sound very controversial, but you note that if you look at Africa and generally the globe, our water tariff is one of the lowest. And if we want to entice private sector to come on board, they'll be quite hesitant to get into that space. And bearing in mind that some of the PPPs will have to be paid by consumer fees, there's need for us to reevaluate and rethink around our tariffing structure and try also to depoliticize that process. Lastly, the issue of having effective mediation and reconciliation between the two parties. At one point, we had to ask ourselves, are we actually doing a lot of mediation in this process? And we came to a point that we were doing quite a lot in terms of bringing the two parties together because there was constant disagreement on a number of things. Let me end with one very important point, and this is quite essential for both small and large PPPs. The element of reinforcing adherence to the rule of law, because PPPs are largely anchored on very strong laws. And one of the things we learned from these PPPs is that even before you start thinking of going to court, pursue other alternatives, because the cost of going to court is quite high. So these are some of the learnings we have gathered from our small PPPs scenario. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wario, and thank you for staying on time. Ruth, I'll take 2 minutes to just try and sum up some of what I have heard. It's been a very rich conversation. I hear transaction advisory services absolutely key, project pipeline and development of those projects in a manner that they are really ready to go to market, absolutely key. The legal framework, and probably that's the least of our problems, because it seems Kenya does have already a very strong legal framework. Proper risk allocation, so that everybody is clear from the beginning, this is what I'll be responsible for. And then the blended finance, that there has to be blended finance. It cannot be just one source of financing. And I'm hearing from Wario's presentation that we don't need to necessarily focus only on the big PPPs. There's a lot of work that can actually be done even at the lower levels. And I want to conclude, PS, with a saying from my country. I come from Zambia, and like Kenyans, we are an oral tradition. You know, we are not very good at writing, but we talk a lot. And that saying is a bit funny. It says, he who is desperate for the toilet is the one who fights with the door. And I think what we are seeing here is that the Kenyan government is really fighting with this door. And I think the question for the rest of us is, where do we stand, you know, in supporting them to fight with that door? And I think from this conversation, there are many places where people can stand. And I think from the USAID side, we stand ready to continue this partnership and support wherever we can. So thank you so much. I'm going to hand this back. Do I hand back to Engineer Chengo? Who am I handing back to? Okay. Thank you so much. Can we give our panelists a clap, please?
Let's appreciate Barbara again. Madam Barbara, thank you very much. Makofi kwa kazi mbaya. Mbona mnakataa kupiga makofi kwa kazi mbaya? I think from today we'll give you the name, Barbara will give you the name Kazi Nzuri. Hope it is good in Zambia. That is Madam Barbara Senkwe, who has been the facilitator for that session. And she has done a good job, right? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Also want to appreciate Engineer Chengo, who was here earlier, facilitating that team of USAID, Nathan, Rono, Niela, our PS, and our PS, Julius Korin and the team. Thank you very much for the good job. We really appreciate the panelists who are also finding time to come and join us here today for this very, very important session. I don't want to take so much time. I just wish to say that equally as you break for your sessions that are coming up next, kindly find time to visit our exhibition stands or the booths. There are tens of them, and I'm sure you'll find a lot of humble and nice opportunity to meet and interact. After this, we'll be having the breakaways, and let me just run through very fast for those who have been following with us but not very sure. Convener session 1 will be presenting Kenya's water and sanitation PPPs project pipeline. It will be in this amphitheater, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Convener 2 will be at Lenana Room, moderator organized by Casby. Convener 3 on investment opportunities in groundwater research and development will be at Abadea's, inside Abadea. And Convener 4 on solar water solution and reduction of non-revenue water will be inside Shimba. And Convener 5 will be innovative financing to sanitation at Taifa. After that, we will proceed directly to the next sessions, which will go on between 12 noon to 1:30. So in essence, we are not coming back. We'll also request that you grab your cup of tea and some snacks as you move toward your sessions. Please, don't forget. After that, you can proceed to the next. Maybe Okay, let me allow Madam Ruth to just make some announcement a little before we break. And kindly just hold on a minute before you allow you to move. Kindly, kindly.
Yeah, so just to say that we recognize we are running a bit late, so we can allow the sessions to run themselves into another 30 minutes, the remaining sessions, all the way to the end, because after the last session, we have the gala dinner anyway, so we are probably not going anywhere. So 30 minutes, but after the additional 30 minutes, please vacate the rooms for the next sessions. It helps to also end just slightly before the time so that the next session can start. Of course, so far we are not doing that very well there, but we can still try to do that. So I think, Carlos, if you have something else, but we are free to leave now for our convener sessions. For those who can grab a cup of tea as you go, please let's not take it as a break. And for those who can go straight to the convener sessions, please let's do that. So even this hall now has a convener session. So we are handing it over to the owners of this hall to have the convener session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. As you break, I just wish to remind you about our gala night tonight. Please don't miss. You are really, really welcome. If you've seen from the program, our dress code will be something African or something blue. Something African or something blue. So please find time to match with the theme of the gala night. Otherwise, thank you so much and God bless you.
So the session is going to start in a while. Don't leave if you are in the session for PPP pipeline. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to this session. And before we proceed, I would like to call those who are participating. There is Engineer Chengo, is already here. Engineer Boniface Mulama, Engineer Vincent Kabuti, Chris Tinganga, Adi Water, Engineer Kamau, Engineer Kamau, can we get started? I hope it's a good morning and welcome participants to this session. This session we shall be talking to the investment pipeline which has been developed by the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation in relation to investment in water and sanitation. And therefore now, you realize, as earlier speakers have alluded, we have large gaps in terms of investment in the water, sanitation and irrigation sector, where we are geared towards achieving some milestones which are predetermined and set in our visions. But before I continue, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Engineer Martin Nga, Director Water Harvesting, Storage and Flood Control in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. So we shall be speaking to the investment pipeline for the ministry towards achievement of our requirements in the Constitution and the Vision 2030. To this end, and as has been identified before, as the status of the water sector and the water sector requires massive investment, and therefore the need to plan and generate a pipeline for investments towards achieving what is enshrined and the aspirations of Kenyans in accordance with the Constitution 2010 and the Vision 2030. And therefore, the Minister has been undertaking and continues to undertake preparations of investment pipeline. This will inform the kind of investment requirements for the sector towards achieving our objective. Therefore, this session basically will speak to that, and therefore I have a number of speakers who will try to highlight the achievements and the plans that are in place towards achievement of that. To start will be Engineer Boniface Mulama. Engineer Boniface Mulama is the head of Public-Private Partnership Unity in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and therefore will take us through.
Thank you, Engineer Nga. I'm Engineer Boniface Mulama, Head of PPP Ministry of Water and Sanitation, the State Department of Water and Sanitation. Basically, I'll just give an overview. Then we've been working with my colleague from the National Treasury PPP Committee, Christine, who is going to present the slides for the water and sanitation, because we've been working jointly. Basically, I'll just need to highlight on a few of the innovations we've received from some of the components, some of the proposals, and there is one proposal you see in the slide, the Sabaki Water Carrier Project, which has some very positive attribute, because the proponent proposes to take the off-taker risk, seed some zones from the respective water service providers of Mombasa and Lamu, and provide the last mile facilities. This is very good because it removes the risk from the government, and then we expect that it's going to bring in the private innovation to the management and efficiency to ensure that the project is a success. Okay, the details you'll get them. The project is at the development stage. There is one more innovative project of Lamu desalination that involves the desalination of seawater to 99%, unlike the conventional methods where they desalinate around 60%, and then they return the rest of the water to the sea. In this proposal, the proponent proposes to desalinate the water 99%, and then the brine, the 1% that will consist of the brine, is going to recover the minerals, the salt and minerals, including gypsum, and also proposal for hydrogen generation. In his proposal, he intends to subsidize the water sales, the tariff, by the sale of the minerals, so that we can have them at the manageable levels. He's also proposed that before he does the main project, is going to start a pilot project on a small level with these funds to ascertain the amount of minerals he can be able to recover from the seawater. So we were keenly looking at that, and it removes that risk from the government. There is also another proposal. You'll also come to see the seawater desalination. Deep seawater desalination proposes a technology from Singapore that will be able to desalinate water by freezing at deep sea level and purify the water for distribution. In this case, is opting for almost absolute desalination and then adding minerals to enhance the water for various use, domestic irrigation, and in his proposal, he's also proposed renewable energy. I understand at the deep levels, sea levels, there is heavy currents that move undercurrent that is going to use to generate electricity to power the whole process. So the details in the slide my colleague is going to present, but I also just want to maybe point out on one or two issues that have been coming up while engaging most of the merchants. The issues that has been coming up, one of the most challenging issues that the investors are interested in is the catchment security. How are they going to, because of the climate change issues and other issues, how are they going to be guaranteed that the source will be available to serve the purpose during the period of the project? These are areas that we need to address, and a lot of investments have to be put in. Another area, that downstream activities, including the non-revenue water issues and last mile connectivity. I think the sector is also looking at it keenly to see how we can support, because it will involve a lot of revenue, a lot of resources to be put in to put the non-revenue water to levels that can be sustained commercially, and also last mile connectivity that will guarantee more customer for the demand. So this is an area we shall talk about, and as a family, we need to map up ways how we are going to tackle this. The other common issue that has been coming out from the investors is the political risk. Yes, and I think in this whole process we shall have experts who will come up with a legal framework that should be able to articulate and give a robust framework that will ensure that the political risks are mitigated and under control. So I leave that, my colleague will do the presentation of the slides later. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the engineer. Let's appreciate. Thank you, Engineer Mulama, for providing an overview of what the minister has been putting in towards the realization of the investment pipeline. And as has been said before, investment in PPP arrangement is quite a process. I think the Directorate, through the Director General, did allude to the fact that preparation requires studies which have to be done properly so that we can have high chances of success. And this identifies the gaps. And therefore, you realize it's a process that takes time and resources. And therefore now, towards the same now, I would like to invite the next speaker. And this will be Christine Nganga, from the Directorate of PPP in Treasury. Christine is the Director, Origination and Structuring from the Treasury. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Oh, it's morning. Feels like it's afternoon already. Apologies. Good afternoon. Again. All right. Good morning. At least now I know everyone is attentive, if they can tell that it is morning and not afternoon. So as mentioned, my name is Christine Nganga. I am at the PPP Directorate. I'm in charge of origination and structuring. And earlier you heard from my colleague Nila, who's in our legal team, and our Director General, Chris Kirigwa. So my focus for the presentation today is on the pipeline that we have of projects. And I don't know if so that is a focus, but even as I do that, I want to do a quick refresher of some of what Nila said, so that even as we discuss the projects, there's a bit of context. If I can get that. Oh. So, there we go. Instead moving a little fast. There we go. So, the outline of my presentation, just a slight introduction, and then a quick look at the PPP institutional framework, highlights of the procurement methods that we have at the PPP Directorate, and current investment opportunities. There we go. Yeah, I think if you could assist me, that would be helpful. There. So just highlights the definition of PPPs, right? So this is a long-term contract between a private party and a government entity for providing public assets and services in which the private party bears significant risk and management responsibility, and remuneration is linked to performance. So there are many structures within that. That's a very brief summary of what PPP is, but there are many formats of actually achieving that, and you'll see that later on. Now, for us at the PPP Directorate, our role is really to provide technical support to all government agencies, ministries, and even counties to be able to realize their PPP projects. For us, the areas that we really are keen on is to ensure that PPPs, as we evaluate, that they offer value for money, that they provide adequate risk sharing between the private party and government, and that they are environmentally sustainable and socially sustainable. Next. So just a quick overview. I know Nila discussed this, but just to give you a sense of how we function, the contracting authority institutional framework really is referring to how PPP Directorate works with them, with the contracting authority. In this case, it would be the Ministry of Water. So we do form, when a project comes through, and this can be both in a competitive process, which has been initiated by the ministry, and that they've identified projects, conducted feasibilities, and put these projects out to market. That is one scenario. The other scenario is where we have the privately initiated proposals, where a private party approaches the contracting authority with an idea for a project and is walked through the process. In both scenarios, there's what's called a project implementation team that's set up. And that team consists of contracting authority officers and officers from the PPP Directorate. And they walk through the project. So you see the first stage is the qualification committee. This is the one that actually evaluates whether the party, the private party that we're engaging with, has the capability to actually execute on the project from a technical perspective, from a financial perspective, and understands the legal framework. So that's the first one. And the second one is the project evaluation team that is engaged at the stage when now a project has been developed. So there is the feasibility in the competitive process, but in the process of a privately initiated proposal, we usually have what's called a project development phase that the private party goes through. This is really them conducting a feasibility. And the proposal evaluation team then is engaged then to review the details of the project and its viability from a legal, technical, financial standpoint. And of course, on the basis of those other criteria that we have in terms of value for money and social good. And then finally, again, if the project passes the muster, and of course there's an engagement back and forth through this process, then the PPP director has a negotiation committee that would negotiate the contract. Now, in between all those processes, as you can see on the other side, there's what we have, the PPP Directorate, there's a PPP Committee, and Parliament. So the PPP Directorate is running those meetings at each stage. Before each next process, there's an approval process that happens through the PPP Committee. And as was mentioned earlier by Nila, we have a reporting requirement to Parliament on an annual basis on what we are working on. Quickly on procurement methods, we have a direct procurement, privately initiated proposal, as I mentioned, restricted bidding, and competitive bidding. Now, I would say the PIP, the privately initiated proposal, and the competitive bidding are the most common methods of procurement that we have. I won't spend too much time here, but just to show, this is almost like a typical RFP tender process that you would have, and that is our most preferred way, because that way then we create competitive tension, we actually extract the most value for government. The next one is direct procurement, and as you can see, there are certain conditions that need to be satisfied, because this is really maybe when there's some clear intellectual property advantage of a particular proponent, or there are certain strategic objectives that are required that really cause us to choose this form of procurement. Next, we have the privately initiated proposal, which I mentioned, where a private party comes to the CA and initiates a process, is evaluated, and then a contract is agreed upon. And finally, restricted bidding. As you can see, there are also certain requirements, and it has to pass a certain muster. Okay. Now, when you look at the methods of the different models of PPPs that we tend to see, there's that whole range. So there's really no project that cannot fit within what's provided for in the law. It is really a matter of what is most suitable, and it's often determined also by the type of project it is, whether it's greenfield or brownfield, whether it is, and really the risk-sharing mechanism will determine. So now, quick overview of pipeline. This is sort of a summary of some of the projects that that are currently active. Now, in our active pipeline, excuse me for one moment, my eyesight is not as good as it used to be. So, the first project we have there is Sabaki Water. All these projects on this list are actually, go back to that, are privately initiated projects. As you can see, there's the value of the project mentioned, and at the end it says what stage the project is at. So the project development phase is what we're calling about a feasibility. What happens is a private party has gone to the contracting authority, they have been reviewed, there's a due diligence of the private party, and then they move on to what's called the project development phase. That usually takes about 6 months, but there is room for extension, you know, because certain projects turn out to be more complex than thought, and if there's need, as it was discussed earlier, the project preparation phase is really the most critical one. So you do not want to rush it, you want to make sure you are very clear on the parameters of the project. Second, there's Londiani Dam. You can see the values of the project, so they are fairly large. There's a Lamu water desalination project that was mentioned. All these are in project development phase. On the next slide, you can see Galana Dam. Galana Dam is with the National Irrigation Authority as a contracting authority. And what's interesting about this project is it's in development phase, but already this project has an element of really developing the demand for offtake. This is in the Galana Kulalu area where there was the government irrigation project, and already there we already have another private party that has a PIP for agriculture. They've already carried out a pilot phase of growing maize on 500 acres, which has been very successful, and are moving on to expand that farm from 500 acres to 20,000 acres within the next 3 years. So what you'll find about that project is currently the water that is available at this particular time can only support about slightly over 6,400 acres. So between now and 2027, the National Irrigation Authority will have to ensure that the Ministry of Water will have to make sure that this new dam comes online to enable them to expand to 20,000. So this is how we sort of phase projects in and are able to sort of have different projects supporting each other to achieve bankability. High Grand Falls is a large project. It's also at project development phase. As you can see, it has elements of well, there's a reservoir, so there's water for consumption, but there's a hydropower generation expected, and of course, irrigation schemes. Tana Delta is a similar one. It is a rice production project, but also involves water, basically development of water infrastructure. Then there's Darugu Dam. All these are in project development phase. So as you can see, them being in project development phase, it's within the next 6 to 12 months, these are projects, a number of them that really should be live. Next, we have prospective projects. And as the ministry said, they have as many as 100 dams, and they had put out proposals for about 34. As we look through those, these now are projects that we're yet to have feasibilities done. However, private parties are able to express interest in developing these projects as privately initiated proposals. Now, what you see in this, and that's why you see there'll be some gap in some of the information provided, because we are still working on ground truthing, really, the scope of these projects. But there's Mzima Springs in Taita Taveta and Dorokubwa Springs. And many of these projects, you'll find they're multi-purpose projects. There's irrigation for commercial use, as well as downstream use for retail water consumption. We can look at the next slide, which is more prospective, the Turkle Dam, Mount Elgon. And you'll find some of the projects may not have, someone might think, well, there might be some dams that are larger or, that should seem that they should be on this pipeline. The reality is what I'm presenting is where even private interest has presented because of a certain level of knowledge, even as we try to do some feasibilities on this. So, and there's the final page, I believe. We have Moya Dam, Tambana Dam, Timau Dam, Narumori Dam. What you'll find is the point of showing you some of these smaller projects is that not all projects are going to be worth, $200 million or $500 million or even $1 billion. What we are saying is there's room for actors in this market, people in the built environment, water engineers, to engage and come and see us. And we walk through a process of developing projects that they feel are within the scale that they can, even as we work with large project developers and support them to realize much larger scale projects for the country. And that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Let us appreciate again. Yeah, thank you, Madam Christine, for that detailed walkthrough of the processes and development of the pipeline. Now we go down to the next speaker, Engineer Vincent Kabuti. Engineer Vincent Kabuti is the Irrigation Secretary in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, State Department for Irrigation.
Thank you so much, Martin. We are still in the morning. Yeah, so morning everyone. As I've been introduced, I'm the Acting Irrigation Secretary. My name is Engineer Vincent Kabuti. And largely we've been working together with our colleagues in the water and sanitation side as far as advancing the PPP projects are concerned. And there is a slight difference in terms of the way these projects are structured. At the end of the day, we are looking at, I think the biggest question in the room, as Engineer Mulama mentioned, is how do we really guarantee revenues for our private investors when they come to put in money into this sector. Water tariffs is one of the key things, but it's also good to remember that comparing water and sanitation and irrigation is quite thirsty. So crops, they use a lot of water, and if we go the complete water tariff way and just the water tariff alone as far as the irrigation PPPs are concerned, we may not be able to have investors recouping the investment because of the amount of water required to run production from beginning to the end. And that is why, as Christine has mentioned, we're also trying to make sure that we bring in other players, especially the growers, so that they can, we can have leverage as far as agricultural production is concerned in terms of increasing revenues for our investors. So the irrigation PPP projects are being packaged in such a way that there is the investment in the irrigation infrastructure, there is then investment in or having on board growers who are going to utilize this irrigation investment to undertake production. And once we combine all this, then we increase the chances of making sure that the revenues that are generated, the investors are able to recoup their investment. The nature of projects that we have, the ones that have made progress, the High Grand Falls and the Galana Dam projects, these are projects where we have vast government-owned land, and we are convinced, and the plan is to make sure that here we have more or less like commercial farmers coming on board, and they're able to really push the agriculture production envelope through agricultural mechanization and intensification to make sure that they're able to really recoup the investment. The one that is a bit complicated is where we are providing PPP irrigation services for our smallholder farmers, because this one really requires a lot of public participation, requires a lot of agreements, and what we've seen is that there's always that risk of farmers not paying back. And we are still in the process of engaging with the Directorate and our colleagues, the Minister of Agriculture, to make sure that we are able to also really structure these projects in a way that farmers can be able to recoup the investors are able to recoup their money. The other conversation we are saying is, can we also look at an element of probably like creating an irrigation fund, which is funded from other quarters in government and also in the large-scale irrigation projects, to make sure that the fund is able to provide for viability gap funding in the event that the investors are not able to recoup the investment when it comes to smallholder farmers. So this is all we are looking at as far as irrigation is concerned. We have quite a number of pipeline projects that we have put out there. Some of them were advertised when we did the advert. We are still developing them. The most exciting for us is Galana, as Christine has mentioned, and also High Grand Force. And the other thing we've seen is that also coupling these projects with other multi-uses, water supply, and also hydropower. Like for High Grand Force, it has to provide irrigation water for close to 400,000 acres, and which will focus majorly on production of cereals. And then it has a power component supposed to produce about 1,000 megawatts, which will go towards meeting the our peak power requirements. And it can also help us really win our country from supplying power from thermal plants, and we get more of it from hydropower, which is quite affordable and cheap. So combining this hydropower, irrigation, water supply, and maybe other uses around the dam indeed can increase the viability of this project. And those are some of the things that we are working on. For High Grand Force, the private party is a British company. They have made really good progress, and we expect that they are submitting their detailed studies before the end of this month. And we see that project going. It's one of the major transformational projects, both for the agriculture sector and the power sector. I think with those few remarks, Christine has covered the entire process. So I'm here, we can continue engaging, and we see how best to keep putting more and more resources into the irrigation space from the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer. Can we appreciate him? Yeah, you realize viability and the recouping of investment cuts across and becomes key to the undertakings in the preparation for the projects. And therefore, we want to thank Engineer Kabuti for actually coming on and pointing out the key aspects which will eventually impact in those two areas, that is the land tariff and also the kind of breeding between the two, the smallholder irrigation schemes and the commercial irrigation investment. And then can we go now to the next speaker, who is Engineer Kamau.
Okay. Moderator, Engineer Nga, and my fellow panelists, and dear participants, good morning. It's still morning. As Engineer Nga has introduced me, my name is Engineer Joseph Kamau, presently the Acting Chief Executive Officer for Earthy Water, and my colleague Christine has presented some of the projects at the National Treasury Pipeline, and this presentation is to offer opportunities that are available within the Nairobi metropolis region. That is the area that Nairobi Earthy Water covers, and we have multiplicity of possible investments, and so this is it. We shall be presenting on water and sanitation issues. This is the issue of whatever is contained in the Vision 2030 amongst other development blueprints, and the investments that we are looking is to drive our agenda towards ensuring that water and sanitation is available to all citizens. We can continue. In order to enhance water availability, what is planned is to increase from about 160 million cubic meters to 4.5 billion cubic meters. And this is, in our region, when you look at this, then we've got to develop strategic multipurpose water storage facilities, and also innovate on how we manage our wastewater management systems. Adi Water is a state corporation under the Ministry of Water. And we have a revised, updated strategy plan that defines our agenda up to 2027. And this strategic plan, the investments requirements to drive the water coverage to past 90% is quite huge. Our chairman is here, and anytime I see him around the corner, I know he will ask me, your investment is around 260 billion shillings. How much have you planned to fundraise? And the strategic plan has various opportunities, and that is why we have to innovate on how we can invest some of these issues. You can see in this planning period, we intend to increase to 85% of water access in this region from an average of about 76. And these are the strategies that we need to develop. We need to develop dams to store a total of about 461,000 cubic meters per day production. We have also to develop new additional water sources. These are not dams, but river intakes and other groundwater sources that can produce a total of 1,000 or 2,000, and develop transmission infrastructure. Those distances are phenomenal, and also develop water treatment systems to serve the growing population of the Nairobi metropolitan region. The financial requirements, I think that I've alluded to it. This strategic plan to develop all these, which is accumulated towards all whatever the ministry has been reporting about 995 billion. Our contribution towards that is we require a total of 206 billion. And we expect, of course, this will be funded through exchequer releases, development partners support, and private sector support, amongst others, and user pay fees, and also internally generated revenue. So where you can see there are various options that are available for all partners to come together and assist us in developing some of these infrastructure. I've just highlighted some of the investments that are required. I know some of them have been repeated by my colleague Christine. She has reported about Maragua 4 Dam. It requires feasibility study. Estimated cost is about 40 billion. Ruiro 2 Dam is also a project that is ready to serve the northern sides of the city. Its cost is about 20 billion. We need to increase water supply to the city, and that will be done through securing what is called the Northern Collector Tunnel Phase 2, which goes all the way to the North Mathioya. We have other satellite towns dams, such as Gatamayo Dam, which is almost ready for the feasibility study is done. Committee Dam is also done, and all these are now ready for investments. We plan to improve existing wastewater treatment systems, and these are ripe for PPP activities because of the resource recovery, energy generation, and amongst others, production of water for use for maybe downstream use, such as agricultural use. All these are investments that are ready for suitable investors. And amongst others. We have others that we shall be handling. And so what I can conclude is that we are ready. The demands for the Nairobi metropolitan region for water and sanitation services is huge. The ground is ready. We are ready to welcome investors. We are here to engage with all stakeholders, and our team will be available to support all players, all partners, so that we can deliver these projects to enhance services to our citizens. Maybe in conclusion is that some of these projects, we want to, what Engineer Nga calls deep dive into these projects, so that we can elaborate further during a dedicated session tomorrow at around from 12 noon up to 1:30, where we shall go to the motions on how prepared they are at Renana Hall, and then we can engage on which one suits what, and that will be an interesting session. And I invite all of you to come, so that we can now have a dedicated session to see what are the nitty-gritties towards project preparation, what are the challenges, who are the stakeholders, how do we manage them, and that is a session that we try to manage tomorrow. Delegates, you can, yesterday, the project by Daninda was highlighted here a lot. That is also a project that we are working together with my colleague, Engineer Moses Kinya of Thika Water, amongst others, so that we can try to improve water availability and sanitation services within this region. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you, Engineer Kamau, for that detailed outline of the preparedness for investment within your area. And I want to also indicate that the same is replicated over the country. All the areas require such investments, and therefore the heavy call for investment in this region. Now, as we provide water to our people, both for domestic and irrigation, for food security, the Constitution of Kenya also calls us to provide dignity to our people, and therefore this is a government agenda where we have to move forward. As we provide water, we also provide dignity by provision of sanitation services, and therefore that leads to our last speaker on the pipeline in respect to sanitation. This will be done by Engineer Chengo. Engineer Chengo is the Director of Sanitation Management in the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, State Department for Water and Sanitation. Welcome.
Thank you, Director. Now it has moved to a good afternoon. From the onset, let me say that all the presentations that have been done here, the pipeline projects, where it is water supply, the policy direction, other ministries, that it should be water and sanitation projects. So they are incorporated in there, the sanitation, the conventional and unconventional systems for sanitation. And therefore, what I want to complement those presentations done earlier is to quickly look at the non-seaward options, so that we are complementary and share what we are thinking about in terms of looking at the non-seaward sanitation. So those pipeline projects which have been highlighted, they have both water and sanitation component. But there's a new dimension that is strategic for us to bring the private sector on board. And those are the issues that I want to highlight quickly during this presentation. I have a presentation to make. So the sanitation access in the country at that 3% safely managed sanitation status gives us an opportunity. It's a very undesirable position, but it gives us an opportunity to bring on board the private sector players to help us increase the progress, the speed of progress in ensuring that we have adequate sanitation to Kenyans. if you made the ICT team, can you give us the presentation? Again, as you all know, we are at that 3% safely managed sanitation. So 67% of the waste that we have in Kenya is not safely managed. And that's, again, it's an opportunity that, that is there for us to work on and bring other players to support our initiative. If you look, we looked 2 years back, we tried to look at how we are managing our waste, human waste in Kenya. And unfortunately, we had a very undesirable position with 13% of Kenyans having no sanitation services at all, 40% with an improved services, and only 25% safely managed situation. So what means that whatever we produce, that which is either reused or safely disposed to the various water bodies was only about 20%. So which, that's fine, I'll take it from there. So that's the one I'm speaking to. This 40% and 13% of our safely managed situation gives us an opportunity to bring on partnerships, to bring the private sector players to support us. With 33%, we give an opportunity. If you look at what we have, the figures there indicate to us the very undesirable position for having unsatisfactory position, with more than 80% of our untreated water going back to the environment. And our studies are showing that polluted waters can limit economic growth by about 33%. This is also another element that we have to look at to motivate ourselves to see whether we can move forward. And for us, and the strategy that we have to look really at the concept for green economy, circular economy, and smart cities as priority management strategies for business. This is applicable globally, and we want to really bring out firmly in Kenya and ensure that we support the circular economy model that ensures that we produce and transform sanitation systems into sustainable and revenue-generating systems. And in this value chain that you're looking at is where we want to see how can the private sector teams come on board to support the initiatives. Another indicator, another statistics, just to ensure that we are very firmly convinced that we need to move. With 17% sewer systems coverage in Kenya, leaves 83% of us Kenyans using non-sewer sanitation options. Again, the plan, the Nawasi plan that we have agreed on, we have agreed that we will provide sanitation services to Kenyans through 60% non-sewer options and 40% conventional wastewater infrastructure. So this space of non-sewer is very critical for us as a country, and we have to structure how best we manage that particular position. The Nawasi tells us that if we move with the business as usual position, by 2030 we'll only have about 2.5 million households getting sanitation services. 2.5. By then, we expect to have at least slightly more than 6 million households. So we have to have a portfolio of reforms or strategic interventions that are very critical for us to do that. We have to look at the efficiencies, we have to look at tariff adjustments, we have to look at increased collection efficiency, and also look at other instruments like the sanitation services levy for us to be able to move that particular agenda. And this initiative, the reform initiatives, is what will motivate and which will be encourage private sector parties to be able to come on board and support our initiative. Just to try to understand fully what the sanitation market economy looks like for this country. And these are evolving elements that as a ministry we are very affirmative. We have to really understand what we are talking about. Together with the support of SHF, Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, we did a study last year to look at what the economy looks like. And what we are finding that the sanitation economy and the menstrual hygiene marketplace potential is currently estimated at 1.77 billion shillings. And with the potential to, I'm talking to that slide. The market potential is about 1.7 billion, and it's the potential to move to 3.06 billion. It's one of the largest in Africa. This gives us the potential for private sector involvement. We expect that it will move from the current 260 billion Kenya shillings to, by 2025, to 300 billion shillings and to 445 billion shillings by 2030. Quite a strong element, and this should be able to incite market players to come on board. So we need to think about the non-seaward options, and some of the challenges that we need to address is on the containment side. We need to look at affordability of the last mile households interventions. We have to look at the emptiability of existing latrines. We have to look at on the safe disposal. We have to look about the viability of transportation and emptying, and very critical for us, the adequacy of the fecal sludge treatment facilities. These have been identified as the key challenges that we need to address to ensure that the non-sewage sanitation option value chain works properly for us. So for us, we looked at we tried to look at what are the market-based business models that we need to work on for us to be able to work on the non-sewage sanitation option and to entice private sector players, small and big, to be able part of this process. So we identified about 5 of those business models where we can be able to structure contracts for private companies to build individual on-site sanitation facilities. We have contracts to build and operate public facilities, sanitation facilities. These are possibilities, and this is aligned to what the PP policy framework advocates. Then on emptying and transport, we have to look at zoning and contracting players to do the transportation business. And here what is for us is to look at whether we have a regulatory framework that enables that to happen. Then very critical, and this is where the private sector should come in. The fecal sludge treatment plants, we can have various options, whether it's delegated operation and maintenance, or the long-term design, build, operate contract for the fecal sludge treatment. Or in the bigger picture where it's very attractive, we can give the integrated service contract to a private party across the market segments. That's at the bottom. They can be able to do that, and that's a possibility for them to carry out all the processes of the value chain. So this is what we'll be looking to support as a sector to ensure that we support. And looking at the landscape, the legal regulatory framework, what we are working on and what we have identified as the need from the political side is to review the non-sewage option policy position and revise that to ensure that it really enables the private parties to come on board. Otherwise, the rest of the frameworks are in place. If you look at the public-private mixed or community options, what we need to work on, and this has been discussed along this morning and yesterday, is how do we structure the financial services to support the initiatives of the private sector to come on board in the private area. So I think the financial frameworks will be very key going forward to support this. And so with that, we're looking forward to enhance the engagement of the private sector to support investment in the value chain and look at how we can support the strategic partnerships, engagement frameworks between the utility and service providers. Meanwhile, the government is working on standards and guidelines, smart subsidies, de-risking private investment, enhancing adoptions, and from the county side, looking at water service providers partnering with private sector players. So I wanted to add this so that in addition to what the big infrastructure projects will be looking at, we also in a small way start looking at the non-sewer adoption. Thank you very much, Martin. I submit.
Okay. Can we appreciate him? Thank you, Engineer, for that quite detailed dive into the planning and requirements for investment in the sanitation sector. I think that was the last speaker for this session, but then we still have a few minutes that we can still utilize. And therefore, I will ask for reactions from the participants or from what has been said and presented by the speakers. Can we have 1 or 2, 3 reactions?
Thank you. My name is Milton Lore. I'm from Open Capital, which is a Pan-African advisory group. Mine is actually a comment, and it really stems from our experience as a connector between private business, funders, and then government, and really trying to get transactions done. I think that the big elephant in the room in relation to water and sanitation PPPs, and which probably even prevents project proponents from even getting into serious engagement with government, whether it's with ministry or contracting authorities, is certainty of timing. Timelines. How long does it take for submissions to be considered? How long does procurement take? And the certainty that there will be particular outcomes, whether they are positive or negative, within realistic timelines. Investor capital doesn't wait. It doesn't wait for parties to get their act together. It comes to the table when there's opportunity. It comes to the table when parties are prepared to engage and move. And so the reality is that part of the real challenge in terms of getting project proponents and funders to the table is really the lack of certainty in terms of timelines. Whether even with the privately initiated proposals, there's still dark clouds around how long it would take for a project proponent bringing a well-informed proposal to the table, how long that would take before they either get a yes or a no answer. And because of this, lots of people really are saying, look, we'll watch the space, but we're not really prepared to go down what some may term as a time-wasting exercise. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, noted. Another clarification, comments?
Hi, thank you very much for the speeches. It was very interesting. My name's Dr. Ernest Poku. I'm the Executive Director of Africa Water Infrastructure Development. We developed the PPP in Rwanda. I'm interested in learning more about the potential mix of financing for the different types of projects. I know there's a mix of water storage and dams, and also bulk water and some sanitation projects. And I wonder, do you anticipate different types of funders being attracted to the different projects? Obviously, a bulk water treatment project might have a tariff attached to it, but a storage project or a dam project might not be revenue generating in the same way. And I wondered if there had been some thought or insights on that aspect, please. Thank you.
I think we can still take another one before reacting.
Good afternoon. My name is Shadrach Omwenga from Sanitation. It's a private company, and we work with utilities, helping them to treat fecal waste. And basically, we are known for developing fecal sludge treatment facilities. And I think the discussion this morning is quite pertinent in terms of structuring PPPs. And I think one thing that we have noted is that we need to engage and work with both the national government and the county government. And we have to sort of work on the barriers. Because so far, I think the biggest challenge that we have is bankability and also creating sort of business models that, you know, make our projects bankable. And from the sanitation side, I think one of the solutions that we need to look at is how do we generate revenue for these treatment facilities. And one of the ways, and I think that has been mentioned here in the various discussions, is to have a sanitation levy. And other than that, I think we can have a model on how we can maybe showcase, you know, by having maybe national government paying for the services and having a transition, you know, towards having now the utilities and also the users paying for these services. So I think mind shift on how we are going to structure this and, you know, looking at the different revenue stream will sort of help us to have more projects, especially from the sanitation side. Because I've seen lots of projects from the water side, but and sewer, but when it comes to on-site sanitation, where we have majority of our population, you know, being served by those systems, we don't have much. So I think we have to relook at this. Thank you.
One more.
I have a mic. I can go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Engineer Nga. Bob is my name, Chief of Party for STAWI, a USAID funded project. Since morning, when we started this subject of PPPs, I think it has been most enlightening. All the speakers in the morning and the panelists, they were really spot on, and we want to appreciate that. We also understand and appreciate the magnitude of the funding deficit, as was clearly shared, and therefore the need for PPPs. As I worked at the county level, as a CCM for water, one of our need was how, as a county government, we can partner with the private sector. We tried to, we actually with support from WASHFIN to get funding for WSP from the bank. There were limitations. To attract, we realized the PPP policy, which is currently with the Treasury, is a bit, I wouldn't call it cumbersome, but it takes a lot of time. And this morning, Dr. Rono and others tried to explain why the process often takes too long to close on a deal. The PS reported that the fastest deal was the one for the express, which took 1 year. Now, I've just been trying to understand, we have the problem, and our problems have been properly articulated, including the 100 dams under the better strategy. We have investors out there whom I'm sure they are willing to invest in some of this. My question that is unanswered is, what is the missing link as we talk? When our sister pipelined all the project, And from a layman's point of view, they all look very visible without all the details, technical and whatever. Why are we not moving as a country in closing deals? Could there be a missing link somewhere that is holding us back?
Can I ask my question, please? I'm Engineer Mo from Nairobi Water. My question is there any PPP project in water and sanitation that is running? And what procurement method was used? And I also want to compare the IPP, the independent power producers. Whenever I buy any prepaid token, I normally find that what goes towards what I consume as a customer is just slightly more than 50%. Other charges actually are loaded because of now the PPP arrangement. Now, when we go now PPP way, particularly on the bulk water, since water is a human right and there is no alternative, unlike like now the case of power, I do not know how maybe the customers will be protected so that it does not go the IPP way. Or to put it in a converse way, I think there should be arrangements even when you go now PPP way for bulk water for the consumers to be protected.
One more. Yeah, this is Patrick Alube from Kenya Water for Health Organization, and that is Kwaho. Mine is a very short one. I was just wondering, how have we packaged ourselves as a country, even when the private investors are coming, that we are able to give them a catalog or even the needs that we have as a country and say, this is what we want you people to invest in. If there is such information, where can we get such information? Thank you.
You can take those ones for the time being. Therefore, I think these responses will come from the speakers here. We start with the first one. That is the certainty of time in terms of procurement result. I think that one I will ask Christine to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Milton, for your question. I think one thing worth noting is there's been a process of learning for government through the PPP process. The slowness in the projects at some point are related to again, I think someone mentioned the clunkiness in the act, the previous act. We are now, so there's a lot that didn't move a lot under the 2013 act. With the enactment of the 2021 PPP Act, that we've seen a lot more movement because we have a little more clarity on certain aspects, for example, how to transfer assets to a private party, public assets to a private party, which was a gray area and made it very challenging given our history around land issues. Secondly, areas like the number of approvals that were required at different levels. It was an attempt to ensure governance, but actually that sort of structure created bottlenecks. So some of these things have been dealt with under the new law and have streamlined things. Having said that, in terms of the PIPs, and I think that's what you were alluding to, there are very clear guidelines. So the key thing is getting the right information to the contracting authority right off the bat. Once there's enough adequate information, and I can say our team, we are revising some documentation to provide a little more clarity as to exactly what is expected, so there's less back and forth at the administrative level, but really knowing what we need to do to evaluate a party, a private party, conduct the due diligence. And from the time they get the approval, when that evaluation is done, we really have 90 days ourselves by which that project must have gone to the committee. either for approval or some kind of guidance. So there's a very clear timeline, and actually it is in the law, and NILA is even probably best placed to be very specific about certain elements. But that's, as I mentioned, you go for an approval that this is an entity that we want to move to the next phase of development. They have 6 months to come up with a feasibility. It can be extended if they haven't managed to clear, so that is on the side of the private party to manage that timeline. And if they've done that, then we go back again to for another approval. And that approval has to happen within 21 days. And again, after that, now it's an approval to go to negotiate with the party. So to the extent that you have, you have a good sense of your project, you're clear about really the elements that you want to negotiate, at that point would be ready to go into a negotiation, and that's really to determine the right structure and how we recoup your investment. So the timeline is very clear now. What on projects that have a competitive element, so the one that's initiated by the contracting authority, they would have to have gone through their own feasibility phase, and we do support many contracting authorities on that front because some of these feasibilities are quite costly, range of 100 million to several hundred million shillings. So in that phase, that project takes a while. Sometimes the feasibility can be over a year just to establish that, and then that process then goes to the market. And again, you know how the RFP process goes. We have a 2-stage process, which is an RFQ and an RFP process. So that procurement process, again, can be 6 months, 8 months, 12 months. But if that person is procured then and awarded, then it's going through the contracting. The complexity, of course, in between that, I can name that process. But of course, we've had also, as we say, it's been a learning curve for government, not just for PPP unit, but even with several contracting authorities, understanding, the shift of mindset from an EPC mindset to one where then that you're actually, once you start engaging, it is a partnership, and we're all looking for the best outcome for the project. But I can assure you we hold ourselves to a timeline. Thank you.
I think you can, Christine, also you can mention about the policy being cumbersome.
Sorry, was that the second question, or? From Stowie. This was, the PPP taking long to close. I think the issues are similar. So it's really about clarity of purpose right from the beginning. How well is a project conceptualized? And of course, at that phase, if that is resolved, the negotiation phase, I think if one can understand the risks and what risk you're looking to transfer to either party and who can hold that, then there's a lot more, it's easier to close. The challenge has been, I think, sometimes that the views of the private party and the contracting authority can be quite disparate. And the thought is that we'll come to an agreement towards the end. But I think the key thing is to be very clear on what structure you're proposing early on, and that the viability of a structure being clear. Of course, some issues also come up around government support measures, where sometimes private parties are looking for a lot more assurance than the government can give. We know we get the projects to get letters of support, but seeking sovereign guarantees, for example, is a challenge. And even when we talk about letters of support, this is not an automatic thing. It's judiciously provided. So it's understanding whether there are other, to take advantage of the raft of credit enhancement opportunities, insurance products, guarantees. So the structuring can take a while. But at the end of the day, if we work in partnership and we're very clear on the direction we're moving, that really is what does help mitigate the risk.
Okay, I think because we are running out of time, I will ask Engineer Chengo to respond to the others, and then after that we shall close.
Thank you very much. On the issue of consumer protection, the water and sanitation space is regulated. So even the bulk water supplier parties that will be joining us will still be expected to conform to the regulatory requirements. And the key element of regulation is about consumer protection and ensuring that the utilities, the service providers run in a commercially viable process to ensure sustainability of service. So, and also that consideration is expected to be analyzed by the experts, by the proposal evaluation team, also with input from the National Treasury. So we expect that that process will ensure that the consumer is not, is protected. On the issue of structuring the sanitation, particularly the small sanitation interventions, we fully agree with Shadrach that the bankability dimension is one thing. We really need to structure that to conform to the PPP framework and also the procurement structures that are there. And this is what I was articulating in my presentation, that we look into this and look at the business models that are available. Of course, we expect that the private party will be looking at making some margin at some point, and that also requires for him to look at what kind of frameworks are there to ensure that he gets back his resources that he has invested. And we are considering the sanitation development levy as one of the options that we look, not that it will be adequate, but one of the options that we'll be looking at to ensure that we have models that work for us. And I think from Stowe it has been answered. The issue of bankability is very critical. We need to structure our processes. What we see in the sector is that the level of preparedness of our projects is really still below what we expect. But this is an area that now we have to speed up to ensure that we have good levels of projects that can be considered. And that also responds to the timeline issue that was asked by the first question participant. Thank you.
One more comment from Christine.
Yes, thank you. There's a gentleman, I think Mr. Pok, who asked about sources of funding. So just in short, we have multi-source financing on many of the projects that we're looking at. On the table, we are working with private equity funds, pension funds, DFIs, impact funds, and multilaterals, all providing different types of financing. So there are those who are bringing in their equity. There are project developers who are coming with equity and their financiers, so banks. We have multilaterals who are providing, who are looking to provide grants that enable, for example, viability gap funding. And so that's an area that we're really keen on, seeding and growing because of being able to address the infrastructure gap, especially in social infrastructure. So in the areas that it's government services that are required, for example, in the water sector, but really the tariffs are not commercial. I hope that answers.
Maybe I can just add something on that. We've realized that quite substantial cost of the project goes to the financing of the project, and it is very important that the strategy the investor uses to source for financing for the project is important. And normally, the commercial loans are quite expensive compared in terms of interest, and they impact very negatively to the bankability of the projects. A blend of equity and the commercial loans and concessional loans to reduce the interest rates can be very, very critical to determining the bankability of the project. So it is the responsibility for the investor to source adequately and ensure that they bring in financing that are attractive to the success of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers, for today, for your contribution to this session. Can we appreciate them? Then finally, I wish to have this session closed. Thank you so much for availing yourself and taking part in this engagement as we look forward to investment in the water sector. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Engineer Guy and team, Engineer Chengo and team. Thank you for that session. We've learned a lot on PPPs. So we have finished our convener sessions for up to 12:30 because we rolled over from 12. So we are moving to the convener sessions for 12:30 to 2 o'clock. So it means people will be a bit late for lunch, but I think we can also take a quick lunch and maybe recover a bit of the afternoon. So in this hall now, we have the session by Gatsby Africa, who are already here, on innovative financing for water resources management. So for those of us who are here for that session, please, you can stay. Then we have the other convener sessions in your program happening in various other rooms, Lenana, Abatea, Shimba, and Taifa. So you can consult your program and you'll be able to see where the other sessions are. But Bueno Wario requests that many of you stay here.
Thank you very much, Ruth. We have a very interesting session, innovative financing for water resource management from source to the sea. And we are going to discuss various models that have been used to finance water resource management. And we have a very interesting panelist who will bring a local, national, regional, and global perspective on water resource management. Therefore, I will urge you to sit behind and listen to this interesting conversation. And our keynote speaker is PS Irrigation, Fastans Kimodo, who will be joining us very soon. We take like 2 minutes so that we can usher in the PS, and immediately after 2 to 3 minutes we will start the session.
cause wako nyuma. Gatsby Africa.
So wameenda break alafu warudi. Ndio?
Saa ngapi sasa? Milka. Nipatiane. Kupeana milka wapi?
Huko mali nichukulia lunch.
Kupatiana nani? Ni akina nani na distribute? Ni akina nani na distribute hizo milka?
Kina Ima ndio wana distribute, wanataka mtu mwingine mmoja wa kuwasaidia.
Unaweza? Alex na Mokini. Isi ya.
Long press.
Um, Good afternoon. As we wait to build up our quorum, we have our keynote speaker, PS Irrigation, Ephantas Kimotho, and we will be having very interesting panelists for this session. So let me introduce the session. This session is jointly convened between Gatsby Africa and Stockholm Environment Institute. We will examine and profile different financing models that have been adopted across the globe to promote better management of water services. And the session will explore the replicability and scalability of such model in Kenyan context by drawing out successful lessons and failures encountered. The panelists for this session have vast experience and knowledge on water resource management, as I had mentioned previously, from global, regional, national, and grassroots level. The PS will talk about natural capital accounting and specifically water accounting, an interesting topic in terms of water resource management and asking ourselves how does water contribute to our overall GDP and what are the models that exist to finance different water resource initiatives. Kindly join me in welcoming the PS to give his keynote speech, and afterwards we will proceed to the panel discussion. Karibu sana bona PS.
Thank you for that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here today for this forum that has been organized by Gatsby and Stockholm, discussing about water security and investment. It's coming at a good time when we are talking of having a per capita of 412, which is way below our global per capita, which is 1,000. And yet, so that shows already we are already at a deficit, but we still have a lot of water requirements, and specifically even in the same department that we are in irrigation, we happen to be one of the biggest consumers of water. So going forward, we expect the gap to be even much bigger because of the growing population, because of the effects of climate change, and also the demand of water, especially now that we are geared towards addressing the issue of food security, which, as you all know, we are importing a lot of food at the moment. And one way of doing that, stopping that, is doing our own irrigation. And for us to expand our irrigation schemes, we need to do a lot of water harvesting so that we can be able to have enough land and irrigation. So this topic of natural capital accounting is quite an interesting topic. Before I became PS Irrigation, I was in PS Forestry. There, I really used to advocate a lot for conservation and for the natural capital accounting. In there, we realized that when it comes to the GDP, only 16% of forestry used to be counted in GDP, yet that is what was at the farm gate. But you realize there was another 84% which was contributing to the GDP, that is not the processed timber and the likes, which never used to see it to the in the GDP calculations. As a result of that, that means you end up underinvesting in the sector. So it's a good conversation to start having, whereby we're asking ourselves, how do we start accounting for our water? And that conversation starts with, we first start looking at the water supply. We have various sources of water supply. We have rainfall, we have surface water, we have groundwater. But more often than not, you find the users of this water, especially the ones who are using it for economic production, hardly invest in in the sustainability of the same. As the State Department of Irrigation, what we've done, we've started doing hydronomic survey in most of the early basins. Just first of all to establish how much water do you have, what is the level of water availability. In that there, we also trying to plug in the conversation of how do we sustain the same. We have a state department called the land reclamation, which is actually working towards that. So it will be very important to have that, and just putting in something into perspective, the impact of water into economic impact, the GDP. I'll give you an example in one of our schemes, which was operating before without a dam. This is more irrigation scheme. Before we used to operate, used to do around 25,000 acres, but after we put up a dam, that is the Dhimba Dam, we were able to expand it by another additional 10,000 acres to 35,000, and also we were able to do what we call double cropping, do 2 crops in a season. So that alone, because of the damming of the water, has increased the economy of that from 6.8 billion to around 17 billion. But you find when you're doing our economic planning, that might not be captured anywhere. But that's the reality. Without the water, we would not have been able to do a double cropping or increase the area under irrigation. That's why we would say this conversation of saying, looking at the water accounting, starting with the water supply, and at that point, at the water supply, we need to ask ourselves, what investments are we doing towards the sustainability of the same. And now, having talked about the supply, also we look at this side of the demand, where in irrigation, water has actually been perceived to be free. People hardly pay for water. And it's on that you're saying it's good to have that sensitization so that people can appreciate, yes, that water is not free. Water comes from somewhere, and it comes from nature, and we need to reinvest in that nature for us not to suffer in the future. And that's why the conversation is important. When you start saying that we have started a conversation where we're saying people now must start paying for irrigation water, and by paying, you know what will happen is that when people pay, there'll be no sensitive on how they use the water. When you don't pay, you find people will not be sensitive on how they use it. And at the same time, when they pay for water, that will also create some source of income, which can be used to do more infrastructure and impound more water and avoid things like floods. But at the same time, and more important, it will help us in recharging the same water by helping us get some money to invest in the upstream. When you invest in the upstream, that means that ensures our sustainability going forward. And towards investment, when you find people are paying for water, and probably we have an irrigation fund, we end up creating some captive cash flows. And these captive cash flows become a key part in making our projects bankable. At this time, when you're talking about PPP projects, bankability of PPP projects is all dependent on revenue flows. So when people pay for water also, it will help us in attracting more investments towards that. Paying for water, people don't pay for water because of, some of them is about ability to pay, some of them is about the willingness to pay. So it's a conversation that we need to start pushing at all levels, so that all water users can get to understand that water is not free, but water comes from somewhere. And if we don't pay for that water, then we might end up having a huge deficit going forward. So with that, maybe I'll bring my remarks to an end and say that we'll continue working together to ensure this topic of natural accounting, and specifically on water. And of course, because we can't talk about water without also talking about forest, because of water and forest, that we'll be looking forward to how we can actually start conversation, so that when we start that conversation, then this natural capital accounting can be factored in even in the GDP, and as a result, we can start attracting more funding in the same sector, and we continue in the efforts of conservation, so that in future we can have sustainable water management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bona PS. Because we work in different sectors. If you ask someone who is working in tourism, what is the contribution of tourism to GDP, they can easily tell you it contributes X percentage. In agriculture, they will say it contributes X percentage, and in livestock contribute like 42% of that contribution of agriculture. But for water, it's quite difficult to clearly indicate how much does water contribute to our GDP, and hence the conversation around water accounting in relation to natural capital accounting. And thank you very much, Bwana PS, for highlighting that component, and also emphasizing the element of looking at the supply and demand for water, and be able to develop different scenarios for different use, and encouraging payment for ecosystem. Bwana PS, thank you very much. You are at pleasure to take any seat. And allow me now to welcome our panelists. We have Dr. Caroline from CETRAD, the Acting Deputy Director. And we have Dr. Philip Osano, Director, Stockholm Environment Institute. And then we have Mr. Polycarp Njonge, WASH Financing Private Sector Partnership Lead, Western Kenya Water Project. Join me in welcoming the panelists. Yeah. A round of applause for our panelists. I'll start with Dr. Caroline of CETRAD. And CETRAD has vast experience, knowledge, and data on locally led water resource management initiatives. From your experience of linking action with policy, what are some of the policy gaps between national and sub-catchment governance structures?
Thank you, Ario, and thank you to the conveners of this meeting. From morning, we had keynote addresses on what are the gaps of PPPs, and the regulatory framework was mentioned as one of the ones Kenya is ticking. But as Wario has asked, I'll just use our experience to share some of the lessons we have learned. As you all know, over the years, the water sector has made tremendous progress in terms of the regulatory framework. However, we have some duplication of roles, and when devolution came, there were mandates for national and devolved units. For example, in the 4th schedule of the Constitution, it expressly states the functions of the devolved units, and then Article 62 of the Constitution also gives very clear statements on the functions of the national government. When we look at the roles and responsibilities as stated in the Water Act 2016, we also appreciate that there's no clear cut. However, national and county governments should complement each other. And I can group the three main issues into three: technical, financial, and social aspects as the gaps in the policy frameworks. In terms of the social, because those ones most people can relate to, we find that the grassroots institutions, and in this case, the water resource users associations, irrigation water users associations, who are in the Act, there are issues of conflict, and there is also the feeling of low stakeholder involvement. I'll just briefly share that much as the laws are there, and people know the roles and responsibilities, what they should do, when you're working with the grassroots institutions, you get the feeling that they don't feel like there is ownership and it's attributed to, you know, some things were done. So that's because of low stakeholder engagement. In terms of conflicts, as it has been stated here, water is finite, water is very, very important. It is a resource which people fight for. So whenever there is a drought or there is a lack of adequate water, these conflicts come about. So this is one of the gaps in terms of the policies. The other gap is inadequate funding, and this has been overstated here. We find that the grassroots institutions require funds and sometimes they're not adequate. And the other one is the issue of communication. When the policies and the acts are there, there's need for continued sharing of what is there, why it is there, what we can do, and this will really build into the ownership and also doing the right thing. Thank you, Ario.
Because on a lighter note, this panel has been able to achieve 2/3 gender role, and I'll give an opportunity to Caroline as a follow-up question. ASAL counties are caught between two cyclic natures of vagaries, drought and flooding, and both requires proactive rather than reactive management. Based on your experience on the ASAL counties, what are some of the innovative approaches that have been adopted to enable these counties to overcome this challenge?
That's a very good question, because we are talking about innovations to address the myriad of issues. And I'll start with one which we have been directly involved in as an institution, the early warning system. I think most people have heard about the early warning system as an innovative way of addressing issues of flooding and drought. And what we have is gauging data, data over time, hydrological data, to show the amounts of water which are available. And what we have done is to work with the WRA and other stakeholders, and we have come up with levels. So when the water is too much, you share with the community members via SMS. It's a real time, and they can know that flooding is coming. When the water is too low, onset of drought, and then there are decisions at that level. And this is especially with the water resource users associations, because they have a platform where they can decide how to act depending on whether it is flooding or drought. Other innovations are, for example, there are flower farms in Laikipia area, and there is a methodology where you measure the water requirement of the plant. And this is something which can be made locally and then used, because you use only the water when the plant requires water. I don't know whether most of you who are based in Nairobi have heard about it, but it is something which has been used widely, and it can be replicated. The other one which has been used widely in this country is the weather-based insurance. And this one addresses especially during the drought time. And it can either be crops or livestock. And for the weather-based insurance, at least you cushion the farmers, and quite a number of stakeholders come together, and then they come up with the project. It is project-based, because you have to choose the crops you are going to insure, you have to select which insurance company, and you work with the farmers, and you have to have values. When are they compensated, whether it is crops or livestock? And this one, at least most of you have heard about. The other one is water use efficiency, especially because of the irrigation department. The most efficient irrigation method is drip irrigation. However, there are normally issues which have to be addressed. But drip irrigation as opposed to sprinkler or flooding, then there is water use efficiency. Lastly is the fact that for innovations, we really need good data long-term data to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Caroline, for a very insightful perspective and also highlighting some of quite interesting innovation. Dr. Philip, this question is directed to you. Say you was among the convener for a session at the World Water Week 2021 on financing source-to-sea action. What does source-to-sea management mean for governments, businesses, financial institutions, and donors when designing, assessing, and funding projects?
Thank you so much, Wario, and my pleasure to join this panel. The issue of source to sea is a concept that we deal with a lot. It actually, if you look at our water management, particularly water catchment management, there's a lot of focus on source protection. But if you think about water flows from the source to where it ends up mostly in the oceans or the seas, you find that along that continuum there's a lot of demand. I think the PS has just talked about, for example, irrigation demand, agriculture, one of the largest consumers. You also need that same water for supply for industrial use, for household use, in some cases actually even for hydropower. So the whole concept of source to sea means that we have to think about the water from the source to the sea. And as we think of it, what does it mean to government, to investors, and so on? It means multiple things. One is that we then have to move from a single sector approach to water management to a multiple sector approach. So we then have to plan, as we plan for water for a single sector, a demand sector, say agriculture or for industry, you have to think about the implications of applicability or use of that water to other competing or alternative sectors. And that brings in the question of trade-off. Because you can have some cases where there's synergies and some cases where there's trade-off. So to give you a very good example, I'll use the Sustainable Development Goals. If we are to adopt a source-to-sea approach, then you find that most actors in the water management focus on SDG 6 because that's really freshwater management. But in the end, if you are to look at water quality, then you look at SDG 14, which is the marine systems and ocean systems. You find that a lot of, even in our lakes, a lot of the pollution that happens in those lakes are because of what happens along the continuum. The land use practices, the use of, pesticides or fertilizers that then go in as runoff. So you have to think about then, okay, you have to think about SDG 6, you have to think about SDG 14. At the same time, we also forget that land management is plays a very critical role in terms of, both water quality and water quantity. And when it comes to water quantity, we know, of course, that land use change also affects, water production. If we have deforestation, it affects really the ability of our water production system. So that's really, it means that for investors, they have to plan so that any investment in water does not, in particularly focus to a single sector, does not put negative impacts on another sector. And just to bring this home, so I'll give an example. So one of the things that we do at the Stockholm Environment Institute, of course, is modeling water demand and supply. And when you do that in a particular basin, for example, we've done this in the Mara Basin to help with policymakers designing water allocation plans, you really find that you have to start dealing with practical issues because you need water for the communities. You need water for the investors that are investing in tourism, setting up tourism facilities. You realize that kind of setting, you have livestock keepers. You talked about ASAL, the arid and semi-arid systems. These are communities that actually keep livestock, and the livestock needs water, the wildlife needs water. So how do you then manage to make sure that your sub-catchment and catchment water management plans takes into account all these issues of competing interest? and it becomes so important because in the case as to how we do it, then you also have to look at what implications of other factors, like we've talked about land use change. Of course, we know population is growing. The PS talked about having a deficit, so how do we manage and plan our water system so that it can also be available for the growing population. A big issue that has been part of this discussion is also the climate change. The impact of climate change is long-term, of course, but we have to start projecting what could be the implications of and the effect of climate change on water availability. So I'll stop there, and then, of course, we can continue the discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Philip. My next question is directed to Polycarp. Payment for ecosystem is emerging as an alternative way for water conservation. What is the difference between the regulatory abstraction fees and the voluntary payment for ecosystem structures?
Thank you, and thanks to my fellow panelists. Yes, thanks. I think from the prior discussion that we just look at, I'll pick it from the aspect of the fact that from regulatory framework, we still have a bit of some challenges we'll talk about from the technical perspective, financing and social. And looking at it from that angle, we talk about payment ecosystem services as much as what we have in the Constitution give us the latitude to be creative enough to look at the best way that we can structure that. But then, if you look at water or watershed management, it's a mix of looking at water as a public good and a private benefit from the perspective of it, that different people benefit from it, but also look at it as a public good. And that's why sometimes it's a bit hard to look at the trade-off between telling people to pay for something that is a public good. So the trade-off between the two bring the question of what do we really need to do to inculcate that aspect of payment for ecosystem services. I'll circle back to the question you asked that the biggest challenge that we have is how do we value our natural capital? Do we really know the values of what we have? And I'm not talking about finance, I'm not talking about it from the accounting perspective, finance, but from the economic perspective. That the watershed areas that we have, do we know the economic value of it so that we put investment in it? How much do they contribute to our GDP? So technically, we still have a challenge to get the expertise to do that. And that's part of the reason why it becomes very hard for people to invest to protect our natural resources. And I'll give you an example of a classical case in my village. We had a wetland that when we were growing up, water used to be there. There are so many springs in the village. And of course, in the process of doing that, many people could get water. Today, there is brick and mortar in that place. A big hotel is out there. So right now, everybody is sinking boreholes, pumping water, spending a lot of money to get it down there to come up. Yet there was springs on that level. So because we did not know its value, we never protected it. And the amount of money we are spending today to get the water is like much more. So as a result of that, we are looking at what are the best ways to make people aware about the economic benefit of the natural resources we have. As a Western Kenya water, a classical case, we work in Western Kenya in 8 counties, Kisumu being one of them, and entirely Western Kenya and part of Nyanza. So we are trying to work with the community to promote it called payment for ecosystem services. And we are looking at the natural resources from the upstream, middle, and low end. And the capital area where we work is Kisumu. And along the area, there are so many other factors that operate there. We have Kibos Sugar Factory, we have the East African breweries, we have the Coca-Cola and the rest beverage companies. All of them rely on water at that level. So the discussion we are trying to put across is, one, we started by developing sub-catchment management plans with the Water Resource Use Association across the areas where we work so that we could understand the natural resources they have, the value, that opportunity that exists there. With the sub-catchment management plans, we've been trying to look at what are the alternative livelihoods they can engage in to protect the environment in where they exist. And with that information and scientific study that have been done, we've been trying to engage in structured dialogue with various stakeholders and beneficiaries that actually are downstream, going down the lake, who are using that water. And structuring that discussion will be looking at where are the areas of the benefit that we can put across. And we're trying to create a special purpose, a vehicle, a way within which you can pull funds and look at how we can invest on those other areas from the upstream, middle, and low stream areas where we work. The other thing that we've done is that at the national government level, we have the World Bank project on the financing locally led climate action programs that are actually available at the county level. The biggest challenge that is there is that it becomes a bit hard for the communities that they know very well the ecological benefits that they have, but converting this into bankable proposals is a big challenge. So yet the funds are there, but it becomes very hard for them to convert into what they can go request for these funds to advance those discussions or implementation of those levels. So what we're doing as a project is that we're trying to work with the Water Resource Users Association, the county governments, and trying to build their own capacity in terms of how they can put in a proposal that can enable them to unlock funding to invest in those regions that we talk about. So all those are efforts that we're putting in place, and we're trying to be a little bit innovative to look at which are models that have been done, worked somewhere. And I know, like in Kenya, a model that has worked in the Upper Tana, where we've seen a lot of works that have gone there, and it's a model that probably other people have done across. We are also thinking about what can we put in place at that level to improve the investment and the watershed management across from the upper region to actually to the lower end.
Thank you very much, Polycarp. Philip, I'm getting back to you. What financial tools and practices will incentivize investment and project that better consider upstream and downstream environmental, social, and economic linkages in Kenyan context?
Yeah, thanks, Wari. I think even before I get there, I wanted to pick up from the point initially made by the PS, and I think very well elaborated by my colleague here, about the economic value of water, because what we see actually, even before you talk about investment, we see that when you consider the full economic value of water and you look at the price of water, there's a very big disconnect because of the public good nature of water. And one of the things that has advanced that we have been involved in is what's called natural capital accounting. So countries, a few countries in Africa have already started developing the natural capital account. And when you do the natural capital account, you do account for each of the kind of sectors. So you do land accounts, you do water accounts, you do forestry accounts, which the PS talked about. I think it is time, obviously, for Kenya to think about doing water accounts. So this would be led by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. I know that plan is already there. But just to say from the experience that we have supported the government of Rwanda to undertake water accounts in Rwanda. And you find that when we do this water account, we combine, you start with looking at hydrological quantification and modeling, and then you combine that with economic modeling so that you can actually have a full picture of the contribution of water to the national economy, which means then you end up with what's called adjusted GDP that provides you the actual true value of water. That, at that level, at that national level, once you do that, you've created a framework now to start to attracting investors, because then investors would come to know exactly, what are they investing in. The second part is, again, I talked a lot about some models that are coming up. I think one model that we're seeing emerging across now is the sustainability-linked bonds. So depending on which kind of natural capital you're addressing, you now have green bonds, you can have blue bonds if you're working in the oceans and so on. So some countries like Seychelles, for example, have issued a blue bond to look at how they can promote water conservation and marine conservation. I know in Kenya, the cabinet recently passed the Green Fiscal Incentives Policy. I think that already provides a framework where investors that would like to come and invest, if you have if you have infrastructure, for example, that you need investment for water infrastructure, that it can be linked to some bonds. I was part of the Sustainable Blue Economy Conference. I remember actually that at that point during that conference in 2018, the counties across Kenya came up with almost 20 to 30, I think maybe 28 to 30 sort of like bankable projects. And I can just give an example in terms of what is important is that for these bankable projects, what Polycarp, my colleague, has said here is that how do you make an investor understand the potential return on investment or benefits? So in Kisii County, we did some work there where we then tried to quantify, looked at the current water supply system, then did modeling around what would be the projected demand if you looked at population growth, if you looked at land use changes, because that city, Kisii town, actually depends on some two wetlands, critical wetlands, and of course those wetlands are changing. And then of course you also look at what would be the bulk infrastructure needed to supply water over a period to say 2050. And then we realized that for the water utility there, under the current supply system, they could only be able to meet all the projected demand up to 2028. So it means beyond 2028, they needed to think of two things. They needed to think of investment in water source, water source in terms of protection, making sure that these wetlands are protected in one way or another, and that one way to do it is through the payment for ecosystem services. But the second one, if you look at projection to 2050 around the increase in demand, you have to then invest in the bulk infrastructure, storage, supply, and distribution. So then that, of course, then attracts investment. So I think it's both at the macro level, where we then need to work with the National Treasury, the National Statistical Agencies, and the State Department of Planning to understand really the value of water, the true value of water that is accounted for, adjusted towards the current GDP, and then of course at the micro level, so when you think about water utilities, particularly in major urban areas, what kind of changes are we going to see in water demand and supply, and what kind of options and opportunities exist in terms of attracting investors.
Thank you very much, Philip, for those interesting perspectives. Polycarp, getting back to you, there has been conversation around water stewardship or collective action in water resource management, and this could be led by industry champions in manufacturing. What are the incentives for different users of water to participate in such schemes such as collective action or water stewardship?
Thank you, Nvina. What we look at, and I just circle back to what I mentioned, the work that you're doing with at the watershed level, that we work with the different stakeholders to start that conversation about possibility of them working together in terms of how they can address the challenges. That I mentioned, the upstream, most of the time the community people, the farmers, and the midstream is a mix of large-scale farmers, and the downstream most of the time are industrial users. For you to have a way to bring all these stakeholders together is that we've tried to work with the different agencies. One of them is Water Resources Authority, because the Water Resource Use Association is anchored in the Constitution, because those are the boot soldiers on the ground, and a number of things that probably when the national government connects to them is at the rural level. So every river has a Water Resource Use Association, and essentially what you do is they start conversation with their level. And I mentioned that we developed what we call sub-catchment management plans for them to understand what they have. The mid-level large-scale farmers, like in one of the work that they're doing in Kisumu, that Kibos Sugar Factory actually is a large-scale sugar factory that is involved in different value chains of production, but of course they're the ones who actually get a lot of sugarcane plantations. And of course now in the downstream we have the industrial users. So what we have done is that most of these manufacturers are in their own association, like Kenya National Chamber of Commerce is one of the stakeholders that we are working with as we start the conversation about payment for ecosystem services. The RUAS that works in those areas is again because they come together, there is a National Association of Brewers as well, and they have regional representatives. We also sit down and work to them. The biggest challenge that we talk about at times is that for the farmers, if you look at your title deed tells you that your land goes up to the river. But Water Resource Authority tells you, you have to live 6 meters off the river because that's a buffer zone. It's a hard conversation to tell this farmer that you cannot plant eucalyptus to the river because that should be a riparian land. So essentially, most of them look at what are the livelihoods that can generate money for them. So if around that area there is demand for firewood, I'd rather put eucalyptus there because I can readily sell it. So for you to convince them for alternative livelihood, it takes a structured dialogue to understand the challenges that what they're doing along those areas are causing for them, and give them a reflection of 10, 20 years below and get the old people to say how those rivers were and today they are today. Having those conversations, and again, the downstream users, like the beverage companies and all that, you start asking them in terms of the expenditure, and even the water suppliers like Kisumu Water and Sewerage Company that is there. The amount of chemical they use to basically treat the water to the level where you release it to the people to consume, you realize the overhead cost goes up because the turbidity is high. So the moment some of them get to understand those kind of challenges, then they realize that, you know what, we need to have a sitting and have a discussion about a possibility for us to have a steward in terms of how we can work together. So that's how we structure our conversation at those levels. And again, once you have the scientific studies that back the decision you talk about, and I think what Stockholm Environment Institute had mentioned, and I think we had a benefit of working with them some other projects down in the Lake region, is that you are looking at scenario planning that 20 years behind and about 50 or 100 years from there, what is going to happen and in any case they don't make any investment. And that conversations make people raise their head and find out, hey, is it cheaper for us to protect the resource for future survival, or to look at a way to basically reallocate your production level? If you tell Kibos that when the water is not there, going to close down, what is the cost of closing down vis-a-vis the amount of investment you're going to put upstream to protect the resource so that you can continue getting the water that you need? The more it goes lower, you are likely to spend more money to dig the borehole. And probably most of the time in the lake region, that borehole has salty water. So you did desalination and all that is very expensive. So if you look at the cost-benefit analysis in that conversation, then most of them are now ready to sit in a table and talk. And that is the convening point we sit as a project, that we need to have a convening power to bring all these different stakeholders. And because of the study that has been done, we translate it to the level they understand, then we start up a conversation in terms of who needs to put what so that you can have an investment to protect the resources that we have. And that is the approach that we've taken. And if we've taken to that position, I think most of them are ready to sit and open up to look at the possibility of putting our own resources in terms of expertise, the funding, and the network they have, so that they put the fund to see the need why we can invest in that space.
Thank you very much, Polycarp. At this point, I will open up the floor to the plenary. If you have any question, like 2 questions, or we can entertain 3. We are supposed to break for lunch at 20 minutes to 2. So if you have any question to the panelists, this is your opportunity. We have a question here.
My name is Honorable Regina Ndambuki. I'm a chairperson of Tana, the Waterworks and then Development Agency. My questions goes to Caroline. I don't know that she's still here. Finalist. I thought I saw Caroline. But my question, because you have the team can also answer this. I've been in the water sector for 1.5 years. Having coming from I was a former member of parliament. Caroline was talking about devolution. I think there were a few clauses and articles which needs to be discussed by stakeholders. Because when you look at the investment of water, dams and maybe other projects for water, government has got a very good plan to give water to the citizen of Kenya. But also what I saw and experienced becomes so difficult. Like Treasury will give or get an investor or a donor to give even 40 billion for water. Then the national government, you know, they prepare everything, treatment plant, and distribution up to county area. Because they are supposed also to collect revenue. If it is a loan, it is paid. We have done also several. When it comes to county government, they don't collect any revenue. And you know, if it is a loan, you are supposed to pay back to the treasury. So this one needs a lot of conversation so that the country is not left with a lot of debts when they mean very well to the citizen of this country. So I was trying to ask Caroline, because I heard her talking about devolution and water is involved. If water is involved, national government gives everything to county government. Because county government, my friend was here yesterday, I don't know whether he's here, the governor of Taita Taveta. If the county government are given this water to collect revenue, let them do the way they do with the licenses. If you don't pay for your license, you don't continue. If you don't pay for the house you are staying in belongs to county government, please, you are thrown out of that house. So we must come up with maybe with the digital meters so that the county government, if it is on the 5th or 8th, we have not paid your water, that water is disconnected, so that we can help the country to invest more in the water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Caroline is around, but I don't think whether she'll be in the position to answer the question because she does not represent county government, neither does she represent national government. But if you are courageous enough, you can attempt the question.
Thank you, my sister. That is a very good question, and that is one of the gaps I alluded to in the regulatory framework. What I said is that these documents are there. The policies and the act and roles and responsibilities and what should be done by who, you know, they are there. But the main gap is the engagement, the stakeholder, the low engagement, what you are now calling there should be a conversation. And these conversations are normally, one, expensive, and two, they take quite some time. But this is the process which will iron out most of the issues you brought about. But as a scientist, we know that water does not know the county boundaries. Water is, the way it is right now, you know, it's transboundary, and the national government is better placed to, just what you've said, the way they manage, they look for funds, they plan how to do it, but it should be shared. The county government should be told clearly about all this. Maybe my colleagues have something else to add, but those are the two things I had said, the low stakeholder engagement and the communication, the sustained communication. Thank you.
Any other contribution from the two panelists? Okay. Any other question before we wrap up our session? Good. So we don't have further question. What I will do, I'll give this opportunity to the panelists to give their closing remarks, and then we will wrap up our session. I'll start with Polycarp.
Thank you, Convener. I think for me, I'll just appeal that even as we think about protect our natural resources, I think we need to have a combined effort. I know they're different, fragmented, different pieces, different people working in different levels, but I think if we combine our effort in terms of approach, I think the impact might be bigger in terms of pooling the finances to go to the process of protecting our natural resources where water comes from. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip?
Yeah, thank you, Ari. I think I have 3 points as a closing remark. One is just building on what the PS talked about. We are keen on starting to put a group that would work on natural capital accounting, particularly for water. So those that have an interest, I think it will be good to reach out, because we want also, as we do that process, to create as much awareness as possible. Number 2, also, if you allow me, is to say that the Stockholm Environment Institute, together with Gatsby Africa, are currently undertaking a study on water governance in Kenya, which is, of course, dealing with some of the hard questions, for example, what Hon Dambuki asked. and we'd like to see also how can this kind of governance challenges be dealt with. We are benchmarking with that, how is it dealt with other countries. I think, as Caroline talked about, from a scientific point of view, we look at it as scientists. We know that we manage water from biophysical units, and your budgeting and planning and allocation is based on administrative boundary or political boundaries, and there's a mismatch between administrative boundaries and biophysical boundaries or units. So that's those kind of classic things we want to do. So again, those colleagues that have an interest, reach out. And lastly, also very practical, I think, for what we talked about when I talked about this issue of sectors and trade-off. We have just started a study in the Wasanyiro North River Basin, where we are looking at the combination of synergies and trade-off on water as is applicable to agriculture, energy, and we are looking at 5 counties. So we are looking at Nyeri, we are looking at Meru, we are looking at Laikipia, we are looking at Isiolo and Samburu. And as part of that process, we are actually trying to understand some of the investments that are being proposed along that Wasanyiro North River, and what would be the implications for the counties, for local communities, for water users upstream. And of course, I invite anybody from that part of Kenya, or anybody with that interest in understanding more, engaging with us to come. Just to say that it's from the initial results that we are looking at, we are quite worried, because, to be honest, Mount Kenya is a major source of water for many parts, of course, for the central part of Kenya and northern part of Kenya. We know in the next 10 to 15 years, the ice that we have there would probably be completely melted. And we know that that's one of the sources of the water. So how do we make sure that we deal with this thing? We know that there's a huge investment in export horticulture in that region. That means increased abstraction, which brings revenue to the national level. How do we deal with that? Does that revenue go back to the counties and to communities? So those kind of issues. So again, I'm here, and my colleague Harriet is seated somewhere at the corner. So anybody with an interest, please look out for her, and we can have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a parting shot, a conference like this is very important for the water sector to amplify the action. Globally, we are facing the climate change vagaries, and water is to adaptation what energy is to mitigation. However, there's normally, I'll use the word mismatch, because energy is really amplified. For example, Kenya has energy accounts. There's a system for environmental economic accounting, and water does not have accounts. So I'm just making that comparison, because this is a platform for stakeholders in the water sector to amplify issues of water. Water is life. Water is very, very important. And I had a good statement the other day that sanitation is health. So water, irrigation, and sanitation is a very, very important sector. And as stakeholders, there's need to amplify and share so that we also get the attention it deserves. Thank you, and I hope the call to action will reverberate. It starts with you, it starts with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my panelists. Join me kindly in appreciating our scientific panelists. I stand to be corrected. I've picked a number of points. I don't have to repeat them. There are 10 of them, but because I don't want to stand between you and lunch, and Dr. Caroline, you can correct me. You said water is to adaptation as energy is to mitigation to climate change. Thank you very much. If there's one thing that we can take from this conversation is that water accounting is essential in understanding the economic value of water and contribution to GDP, but there is